1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
And the top of the morning to everyone here on this wonderful St. Patrick's Day weekend. I am Kevin O'Kelly. I'll be your host today for DBN's coverage of the 2025 Melbourne Diplomacy Open. I am thrilled to be joined by some other Irish mates, one guy from Britain, and we will have them on here. We've got Karthik Koneth, who was there last year for the Melbourne Open. Karthik, welcome.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Excellent. I got Eddie O'Sullivan. Eddie, how is it going?
No complaints, Kevin. I'm alive and kicking.
That's the way to do it. And Chris Ward.
Hello.
You're not
Irish to me, but no Australian.
Yeah, there you go. You're not anti-Irish, right? They're on the other side of the pond. They're fine.
I won't mention Cromwell. It's fine.
On that note, we've got some experience from last year. Karthik, tell us about your experience last year in Melbourne.
Indeed, yes. Last year, I was able to go down to the land down under and play in the Melbourne Open against a lot of people who are here for this tournament. It was a really fun experience and one that I encourage other players to do. Playing in different environments with different local metas and different local hobbies, I think is what makes diplomacy so interesting, because at its core, it's really about negotiating with other players from different backgrounds, different motivations, and different theories on how the game should be played. And that's what it offered, in addition to a lot of really great new friends and old friends who I got to play with. Some good food, good times, and good beer definitely didn't hurt either, as Goffey, Peter, Jamal, and so many other players really made the tournament an interesting one in many different areas. So if you ever have the chance to make your way down to Melbourne or to Canberra for the Hung Parliament, or for any of the other Aussie tournaments, I guarantee you that you'll have a great time if you can avoid a Western Triple or two.
I was going to ask, that was the start of the promotion of the Western Triple. Yeah, I think about 3 or 4 Australian events on DBN last year. So
more than that.
Yeah, which was good. It was great. We have a half of a staff now, I feel like, from Australia, which is great. So they just had a broadcast a couple of weekends ago. So this is a great chance to talk about the next DBN event, the WDC, coming up at Whipping in San Francisco. Ed, you're going to be there?
I'll be there. I think it's April 5th to the 7th in San Francisco, run by DBN's own Adam Silverman. And this will be my 3rd WDC. And I think if you're on the fence and looking to just go, first of all, San Francisco is a great American city. And diplomacy, I've been told that they have 16 boards simultaneously going for multiple rounds. So you can't draw Peter McNamara and Andrew Goff on every board. I think that's a mathematical impossibility. But there will be, the world's best and me. So I'm excited to be there to see them.
I just want to point out one clarification, though. It'll be April 4th to 6th, not the 5th to the 7th. Ed Sullivan is trying to get some good players like me to miss the first round.
But I'll even throw in Thursday, April 3rd, because I believe there will be a lot of social events happening the day before the convention begins. Games will be on Friday and Saturday. Adam and Siobhan and the group of hosts there are working on, I believe, like a team round for that Sunday round. There's going to be a it's not a top board, but 3-board final championship. So 21 players will be battling it out there, and they want to have some competition for players who don't make the top 21. So I believe they're trying to get teams of 7. One person from each team will play every country and compete against 7 other teams doing the same, or 6 other teams doing the same. So sign up on the website has the link for registration, all the details on the social events. It's coming up in 3 weeks now? I think that is. I do my math right.
Yeah, 3 weeks. And I just want to say one thing: if you are on the fence, there is still space at Hotel Sparrow for you to sign up. There's over 110 players, 112 players registered, I believe. So you are going to get a great tournament with a bunch of different players that you'll probably have never played with before. And there'll be social events before the event. There's events after the event. So come early, stay late, and get stabbed.
Well,
Wear orange.
I mean, you won't get stabbed if you're on Ed's board, right? Ed is,
or on my board, because I'm a care bearer. As Adam Siegel has said many times in this broadcast.
What do other players say about you, though?
The non-American players say very good things. The Americans seem to have some loathing for me. I don't know why.
Wardy, as a non-American player, do you agree with that?
He's an excellent janissary if you can get him down that far.
Speaking of play where you may have played against Karthik because you are not on the same continent as him, we'll do a little promotion for the Virtual Diplomacy League. Season 6 starts next week. Wardy, your experiences with both VDL and Tour of Britain. We have a couple of online virtual, I know we keep calling it virtual face-to-face. I don't know if there's a new name for that, but it's a way for players around the globe to get on the same boards with each other. Excited about the next online season?
Oh yes. I might try and play a bit earlier in the season this time, so I don't have to play three games on the final day again, like I've done the last couple of years. So accessible, great way to get involved. All you need is access to Backstabber with a Google account and be signed up on Discord and have a half decent microphone. And you can, I suppose it should be called voice to voice, but great way of dipping your toe in the live play water. That's what I did. 4 years ago now. Shocked myself how quickly time was going, and I've never looked back. We just really, really love it.
That is great. And I agree. Voice to voice is probably a better way to say it, because there are some players who just don't know everyone yet, don't want to be on camera, so to say. But in those games, it is truly voice to voice. So you can keep yourself hidden a little bit if you want to get to know us. And then soon enough, you'll be on these broadcasts with us. So the link to join is that way above Karthik's head. Mm-hmm. And since I missed it last time, here is where you can find out about other upcoming face-to-face, in-person face-to-face tournaments that are sponsored through the North American Diplomacy Federation. That is that one there. So check those out. Those are everything that we are promoting at the minute. We won't keep this introduction going too much longer because we want to get to the Melbourne Open. And on that, let's see if we can get there. Oh, we don't want to show the players yet on board one. Let's see if, here we go. Top 10 these are last year's DBNI participants. A couple in the top 10 that you saw in the recent competition that we had. And then a few names who we've seen on the broadcast. Shane Armstrong was on the broadcast a couple weeks ago for the Hung Parliament. Andrew Goff, as you mentioned. Zoe Cameron was on as well. Jason Gray. So we've got a good crowd here. Ed, other than picking Jamal or Peter, who stands out?
Oh, you left me Andrew Goff?
Yep. He's number 40.
I think I'm taking Andrew Goff.
He's number here. I'm doing it right here. He's number 40. You would take a number 40?
49.
49.
49.
Oh, yeah, 49. There you go. See, he's barely even top 50. Why would you pick him?
Look, he's a 3-time world champion. He's clearly amazing. He's a titan of the diplomacy hobby, but the Aussies have lots of titans, so it'll be interesting to see. If it's these three, but they seem to have a really friendly hobby. Like, I don't even know if they know that a score is being kept or that they're doing anything to, like that where they're ranking people. It seems to me they don't. Well, Andrew, Peter think about that stuff, and Jamal, but the others, I don't know. So we're going to see if it's good vibes or hard knives, sharp knives.
You see, Ed, I couldn't disagree with you more. I think Andrew Goff, after watching the AFL Grand Finals last year and some of the openers this year, Andrew Goff has about as much chance of winning the Melbourne Open as the Sydney Swans do of succeeding at anything right now. For me, my pick to win this tournament, if I can't have Jamal, if I can't have Peter, I'm taking Marcus. Marcus is one of the most hungry, capable Australian players I've seen. Relatively new to the scene, but played incredibly well last year. Almost won the Melbourne Open last year before a late round collapse, but truly a talented player and can give either the top two a run for their money.
Wardy, I kneecapped you at the beginning. You get your pick of the whole litter here. Who's your prediction going in?
Gosh, I mean, look, this list of players is bordering ridiculous. I'd like to see Jason have a good run in it. He's super fun to play with. A great background in gaming, as we've recently learned. And look at that! Look at that for that. It's 48 boards. It's about time that dedication is rewarded. I want to see Jason have a great tournament. Fingers
Is
crossed.
Max Banks not playing? Because that guy's doing great.
Yeah, he must have taken. I left his. I was going to put up his Hood's Hints item from a couple weeks ago. I left it on there just in case he was playing. He is not. So we do not have him on here. So we do not have. But Jason's 48 boards. That was the number that stood out to me when I see these statistics. So maybe the
I'm
rewards.
looking at DBN Zone Zoe too. She's been doing really well. I played with her at Worlds last year on a board, and so great player. Oh God, Peter's scoring system.
Before we send,
he came up with this in his sleep.
Yeah, and this is the other media we had on here is here's the gentleman that created the scoring system. Before we sent Wardy off, we were gonna show the scoring system. The postscript is really I think the way to look at it, and we'll see if it comes in. Some scoring systems play more into the game style, but Ed, as you mentioned, it's a friendly hobby, so maybe it'll just be Western triples all day, and they won't worry about it.
Karthik, you went to a good university. What does this mean?
Ed, we went to the same university.
I didn't take math.
No, but basically what this will end up boiling. So you have f of x, which is the square root of x squared plus 6x plus 10. And then you have that over the sum of that function for every single player. So let's say that you're the first player and you have like 10 centers, right? So you'd have the square root of 170 over the sum of that function for each player's score, and then you multiply that by 100. But that sounds really complicated, right? Simplest way to think about it is that you get 3 points for being in the draw, and then roughly 1 point per supply center, with you getting a little bit more for each successive supply center you get.
Thank you to our viewers who stuck around during that conversation. We will now need to build the ratings back up for doing so. For those of you who did stay during that, thanks joining in the chat. We look forward to chatting along with you today. So we will see how it goes. Wardy, take a quick break. We'll get you back in a few.
Kevin, I don't think we're chatting. We pre-recorded it.
The magic of being able to edit and run along. I'm going to be in the background. It's the producer hat coming along. So round one, board one. Oops, I got Wardy back on. Wardy is now back off. Sorry about that. Death in Brunswick. We've got Cody Miller, Jonathan Sun, Nancy Jin, Alan Thompson, Tianyu Sun. I remember Tianyu from the Australian Open last fall. Shane Armstrong and Paige. Here. So let us get to the map and let's do full years. Karthik, give us an overview. Spring and fall, and Ed, if you see something great in the spring, hop in. If not, give us some things after the fall, which Karthik missed, or some big picture things that we see. So hop in when you want.
Perfect. So this year in the West, we see some relatively old school play. Standard, simple, great. Marseille supports Paris of Burgundy. I think that's the most important thing to note. Suggests that they are not fully trusting of the Germans and want to make it clear that Burgundy is theirs. It's not necessarily anti-German, but it's interesting to see. We don't see it as common now. But the East is where things get really interesting. So we have the Austrians opening to Romania, while Vienna slides down, DMZing Galicia. Now, DMZing Galicia is common enough and great when it does happen. Probably should happen more. But I've never seen the opening happen like this, especially with the fleet in Trieste holding. At the same time, we see a nice little switcheroo here, where Ankara managed to slide into Constantinople successfully. But of note, Shane Armstrong does take advantage of this by taking the Black Sea free of charge. At the same time, Moscow holds while Warsaw goes to Ukraine. This is an opening unlike any other I've seen.
So I have seen this Budapest to Romania opening, before, but the problem with here is Trieste not going to Albania. Maybe, he did, maybe Cody. By the way, I'm rooting for Cody because it's the most Texan name. Didn't go to, maybe didn't trust the Italian, but if he went to Albania, in Serbia, he'd have play on Greece. Now there's no play on Greece by Austria. It's leaving it up to Turkey and Italy to decide what to do with Greece. And that's curious. So I don't know how it'll turn out.
Well, let's see how it turns out.
And instead, it seems to be a walkout of Romania into Serbia by agreement. Trieste and Venice both hold. I think this will be devastating to both Austria and Italy in the long run. Neither benefit, both lose. At the same time, because Burgundy is there and supported in, the Germans are worried and apprehensive and say, hey, I'm going to leave Belgium up to the English and the French to resolve. Let me get out of here as quickly as possible, cover Munich, and wash my hands of it all. Now, the English end up convoying into Belgium. Oftentimes, we say this is where English armies go to die, but something suggests to me that this time, the army may stay here a little longer. The German fleet in Denmark chooses not to bounce the Russian fleet out of Sweden, showing that there's some amity between them, at least for now.
So there's obviously some French-German tension here with Ruhr going. I mean, first of all, it was a supported move to Burgundy in the spring. Mm-hmm. Now Ruhr goes back to Munich. It's odd that the French didn't support the convoy in, because there was a theoretical bounce there if they wanted to do an EF. So I still think everyone's just sort of feeling each other out in the West and playing nice. So that's what I'm thinking. In the East, Turkey with two builds is something we don't see in our meta very much anymore. And then I was going to say Russia moving to Sevastopol, and now with these two army builds, I'm not sure this is pro-Turkey right now. So we'll see what happens.
Karthik, army Ankara and fleet Smyrna maybe was hoping for the Russian alliance. Probably not.
Yep.
I think we have a Western triple.
It's very possible.
Our
Aussies
first Western triple of the day. It won't be the last.
They may have found a way into it quite easily by agreement. The only question is, where do these armies go? How do they resolve? But yeah, these are very, very possible moves for that. It remains to be seen what happens in the spring. The Turkish ones, I think, are the most interesting. I think it shows a sense of resignment to the fact that the Russian fleet will be there. Everything else seems relatively standard.
All right, Ed, take us through 1902.
So I'm looking at the West, and France is doing, shifting here. And then I'm looking at the English moves. They bounced the army in Moscow out of St. Pete. I mean, normally what you'd see is Norway go to Barents here as part of a, Western triple. So I'm not sure if they thought this move would succeed or if they were just didn't want to overcommit against France. So to be seen. Italy here has obviously reacted to the French fleet in Marseille by going Venice to Piedmont, getting the army back to Apulia, I guess, in case there's any Austrian shenanigans. Austria this time discovers Albania is a good place to go and supports himself there. Meanwhile, the only thing of note for Russia is a bunch of support holds in Romania, showing there's some major distrust. Turkey gets the fleets out. I'm not really reading any alliances for sure yet. I don't know about Carthage.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing a lot of chaos here. I think there's some desire for alliances to happen, but I think the failure to make certain moves work is going to be hindering them, if I had to guess.
Yeah, a lot of self bounces this turn. Germany turning around doesn't scream Western triple, but who knows what Denmark was doing. Ed.
Kiel holding was strange, but it doesn't really. It's all sort of a moot point because we have I would say an EF. Maybe it's an Australian friendly EF where France gets to go to the English Channel, but I guess the fleet goes to Spain, but we have the English deciding that army in Belgium's not going to die. It's going to go to Holland instead. This is me doing my inner David Hood. Germany must have known that was what was happening, encouraged Russia to go to Norway. Russia doesn't do that. Instead, wants to get the fleet prioritized into Kiel. And then there's a shifting around of the German units so that Holland can, I guess, retreat because Germany, Kiel could have supported Holland there, but didn't. But I'm not sure they know exactly what's happening. In the meantime, the East. Okay, I know Italy and Turkey are fighting each other. Got that. I'm pretty sure Turkey's fighting Austria also with this move to Albania. Maybe it was just supposed to be a tap. It was probably just a tap to try and take Ionian. But anyways, it got there. Some reason the Austrians going to Adriatic. I don't really know what that's about. Russia still support holding. So as Austria pushes. So I'm going to kind of call maybe some sort of AI versus RT. And I'd give advantage to the RT here.
One thing about this opening round, it's Friday night round. The promoters build it on the Facebook page for where they were doing the promotion and information about it. Is Friday night was casual night. So a welcome to newer players, more of an introductory round. So we've seen a couple of these names in the past, but maybe with some of the newer players, they're just warming up as the tournament goes. So we'll see how those orders roll out. Winter 1902, Munich has to pulls Munich since there is nothing else bordering it at the moment. Fleet Brest is the build.
I'm not sure it's an EF with the move to the channel and the build in Brest.
I think this is France doing France things and England and Germany fighting. We did see the German army in Holland support Picardy to Belgium. So it's possible that Nancy is just having her way with the West right now.
I like Karthik. Yeah.
Yeah. And that does seem to be what's happening. We see the German fleet in Denmark, unperturbed by anything that's happened so far, simply support the English Channel fleet into the North Sea. We see the French support Germany back into Holland. And as I mentioned earlier, it is where armies go to die, but a little slower than normal. The English army does die, this time in Holland in 1903. rather than in Belgium in 1902. So, hey, not bad for a good old Karthik predicting the Aussie meta. Now, something that did surprise me here is the South. So we have AT coming together in a way that allows the Russians to be displaced from Serbia. Russians to be displaced from Romania by the army in Serbia. It seems that the Turks have tired of the Russian presence in the Black Sea, and Shane may have said no to an offer that he really was not allowed to refuse.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine had to cover Warsaw, so couldn't get enough, couldn't fight the force of 4. The Turkish support of Bulgaria to Serbia. By the way, I think this is all coming up, Paige. It's all coming up Turkey. I would love to be this Turkey here. Turkey and Nancy have gotten off to the early momentum.
100%. Paige and Nancy running this board right now.
So the question is, Tyrolia and Venice. Did Alan get a little heads up that was happening before it happened? Or what's the Italian going to do?
I was going to say attack Trieste, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
Ione needed to cut Albania here. Go ahead, Karthik. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. No. So I was just looking at the board in shock. I was like, how did Romania fall? The Turks were there to help them. But what it turns out is that instead the Turks choose to help the Austrians against the Italians, but stab for Serbia. Unfortunately, this is a learning experience for Paige and the danger of retreats. Retreats is one of my favorite move phases. So underrated and undervalued because there's so much that can tactically be done. There are forward retreats, there are counter retreats to stabs, and here we see the Austrians, played by an Australian, getting the free retreat to Bulgaria, basically undoing all the work of the stab and leaving Paige in a little bit rougher position and also having had some diplomatic costs. In the West, we see the successful convoy of Belgium into London, supported by the fleet in the English Channel. With London falling in an army on the island, it's going to be a rough going for Jonathan's son.
Couple of things. St. Petersburg did not support Skagerrak to Norway, where Sweden did, meaning that the English keep that unit there. Losing London's huge. For France to already have an army on the island with a fleet in the North Sea and the English Channel and the Mid-Atlantic is a great position. And then I just tweak what Karthik said. Retreats is not a great phrase, I think, because I don't like to retreat. I like to go. But thinking about retreats is what you need to do. You need to think about, okay, if I do this, is there going to be a retreat? Paige if Paige is going to switch, it's a hard call to make with that fleet in the black. I guess they couldn't get an agreement on that, but but
let me rephrase the retreat phase then for you, Ed, to make it a little bit more American since we're renaming things left, right, and center. Let's foolishly rename the retreats phase to the second go phase.
The second go. I think, by the way, with the setup here, there's a lot of ways that Turkey and Russia can get it back together.
Yes.
And it was really more a switcheroo than anything else. And if they do what I think Australians do, which is no harm, no foul, I think they can get some good momentum here.
The question is, do the Austrians and the Russians say no harm, no foul, or do the Russians and the Turks say no harm, no foul? That's what I want to see. My guess is the Russians and the Austrians make up.
Let us see where we get to, but first we get to the builds, and maybe Shane did not support the fleet to Norway. England already lost to that phase. Crushing them by 3 doesn't do anything for the Russians. So saying, all right, we'll make you use Norwegian for support if you want to keep it, but we won't take it from you. So interesting. Jonathan pulls Norway, Army Berlin, and another northern fleet for France. Nancy is controlling the waters. See where that gets her in 1904, Ed.
Supports herself to Irish Sea, goes to English Channel. Lots of, at first I was going to say Nancy's a little vulnerable to the German armies. Not so much anymore when you're convoying a German army into Yorkshire, which is, I mean, we definitely have this FG going with France as the sort of senior partner. It's good news. It's also good news when you're France in this situation to see Italy fully occupied in the east and moving away. And that's what's happening here. Italy takes Tyrolia. Italy working with Austria here. Austria getting down to Albania because of the Ionian support. Meanwhile, Austria and Russia made up. Who knows? Karthik may know how to play this game, taking back Serbia. The wonderful position by Page is now fully contained with a threat from 3. It's an air, but and I don't think it's a bad call to have an air in this situation with a lot of fighting going on. Meanwhile, I think England is in full Janissary mode. I forgot to mention this with going to Barents in the Norwegian. The only way I can read that is, let me survive in St. Petersburg or whatever. I think a convoy, if for somehow, well, I guess they can't succeed, but I think that fleet and that army in Edinburgh is looking to get off the island and give the spoils to Germany and France.
Absolutely. I think it's a perfect trade.
I don't like Warsaw to Galicia if I'm Austria. That's the one thing I don't like.
Correct.
Because it goes to Vienna.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's always danger of it all.
If you saw that, I think I got the fall. If you saw that, that's, you got to start thinking, why do people do certain things, and does their explanation for why they do things make sense? And I think it was going to be difficult to read that. So Galicia goes to Vienna. Italy does not want to leave Trieste here. Austria keeps Serbia, doesn't get into Romania because of Russian support. So now we've got the AT back on. But, it's going to be a little difficult here with Austria down to 1 home center. In the meantime, England does get into Norway. I'm curious that they did this here. I guess they wanted the fleets. So Page is playing super nice. I would be like, I think I need to be in Liverpool and you need to be at Edinburgh, and we leave England on 1. But everyone's playing nice against this Western triple, except, if that's what's going on, why is Mid-Atlantic not going to Western Med, but Marseille's going to Piedmont? It's sort of half measures, which sometimes don't work, sometimes do. So we shall see.
Scoot into the winter. Here's our results. England has to pull 1. Germany gets to build 1. France, first time not building. Italy, with the army going to Piedmont, does get to build. Austria, 1 home center left, but still has 3. Russia builds 1 from Vienna.
Okay. All right, Karthik. Show us how England's lost Edinburgh and gets in St. Petersburg. That's obviously what's happening. Oh, maybe not obviously.
I do think that the army makes it into. Oh, interesting. So the army makes it into Finland now, with the English giving up Norway to the Germans. This seems likely to be done in order to set up a near guarantee on St. Petersburg. The one issue with this that I think they're going to be missing is that if Sweden taps Norway, then it isn't guaranteed to go unless they put the fleet into the North Coast. But that's unideal for its own reasons. At the same time here, we have Liverpool and Yorkshire setting up for one of them to take Edinburgh. I'm curious to see which one it is. The North Sea Fleet is just chilling there. That's going to be the nexus for a stab on the Germans whenever it does come, if it does come. And here we see in the south a continuous working of the Wintergreen Alliance. The Russians end up getting into Budapest, while the Italians just simply slide into Vienna. The Turks actually get convoyed into Bulgaria by the Black Sea Fleet. And yes, it is the end for Austria. I don't know what Cody Miller did, but he clearly ruffled some feathers in such a way that everyone said, well, it's time for him to go.
Survival in Warsaw might be possible here. So Moscow can't necessarily support St. Petersburg unless there's a
Right.
Silesia can support it.
Yep. We'll see. Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, now that is fun. So the Germans work with the Russians here in the south while going against them in the north. And for whatever reason, instead of putting the army in St. Petersburg, they put the fleet in. And also, the Russians decide to stab the Turks right after convoying the army into Bulgaria. They convoy their own.
I love
army
the Australians.
into
This is I've never
Ankara.
seen this. I've never seen this from the Australians. They're not getting along in the East.
this is yes, very, very uncharacteristic to say the least. But one thing I must say that the Russians cannot be too happy about is the move for Constantinople to the East Coast. So despite the Russian stab, the Turks actually do have some advantage against the Russians, potentially being able to kick them out of Romania. And with a build due to going up 2 and going down 1, they have the ability to dislodge potentially the Russians out of Ankara.
This is great.
Yep. And they're going to get Edinburgh, which is good for them.
And there's got to be a disband for Russia. That's
Yeah.
I assume it's Sweden, but we'll see.
You'll see.
It is not Sweden. Army Finland goes because yes, you want to keep the fleet in the north coast. Army Sev goes, Galicia goes, and another now the southern fleet. This is again, I always call it the Hunter. When you've got 8 centers and 6 of which are fleets, is that right?
Yep.
1, 2,
I think,
3.
Yeah, I think this year is where some of the inexperience for Page shows. I think had they built the army in Smyrna, they'd be in a strong enough defense position to make a lot of play on Ankara, defend Constantinople, cause a little bit of chaos for the Russians to deal with. But I think they have a lot of potential based off of the diplomacy that they've shown today. So I'm really, really excited to see what Page does, not just in the next round. Turns out the build doesn't matter. What do I know about diplomacy? Absolutely nothing. Game draws in 1906 with the French on 8, which fair enough. If you're winning and you're on top, why not take the 1.8 points worth of benefit?
Sure.
The answer is if you wanted to get to 10, well, you start to get maybe 2 points per center effectively, and the yield starts to really go up. But if you're happy with this is one of your first games in a competitive tournament, then absolutely, this is a great result. I think I want to give a shout out to basically everyone on this board. A lot of new names to me outside of a couple. So kudos to all of them for dipping their toes into diplomacy. And by all accounts, showing a good game, very, very fluid, very dynamic, with all the players, I think, be able to flex their diplomatic might. And I think it's only a matter of time before they get tactically talented and really start to be dominating the world stage at some point. So kudos to all of them.
So, Ed, to get to 10 centers, Nancy's going to have to probably go through Germany. Why stab an ally in round 1? Is that the thinking?
That is actually that's exactly what I was going to say, which is, look, Nancy's got this board. She's got more if she wants it, right? Germany now is essentially has to be committed to the East, but the only way she would get to pick up any more centers is through her ally. She's already board topping. She's had a good game. But she had this locked, either way. I mean, Russia's imploding, even though they're in Anatolia. Turkey's in a bad spot. I mean, I'm not saying no one else could have challenged, but I assume that what would have happened next is Germany convoys away from Edinburgh with the French fleet help. And then that's essentially devastating for Germany down the road.
Yep.
We'll bring Wardy back in here. Wardy, is it maybe worth it to you're on mute too? Is it maybe worth it to you don't want to spend the extra hour or two maybe fighting Italy? Yeah, all right, maybe I can get 1 center, maybe I get 2 centers. Is it Friday night, first round of a tournament? Let's just have some fun, get my points in here.
First round, best of this 7. You're not painting a target on your own back. So yeah, solid. That was fun.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed while you got
saw this
a
as a
refreshment.
European tournament.
Karthik, I'll give you a break here. We'll see you for board 3 here in round 1. Wardy, welcome back. Board 2 has us with Hercules Returns. We've got Zoe Cameron, Jamal Bacarli, Darcy Morris. Remember Darcy from the Australian Open. Robert Chatterton has a DBNI rating, so we've seen Robert before. We all know Peter McNamara, Joshua Crowther, and James Denholm. Welcome, everybody. Ed, I will have you in the odd years this one, and Wardy in the evens. If you see something in the spring, Wardy, jump in. If you don't see anything in the spring, we'll just push it for Ed to keep going, and then give us some thoughts when we get to the fall. Ed, spring 1901.
First thing I want to do is see what Peter's doing, and it's basically he's just done a Venice holds, even though Venice moves to Apulia and Rome goes to Venice. Meanwhile, what I appreciate, standard bounce in the black by Zoe, otherwise typical Austrian moves. We have an old school Turkish move, which says Turkey thinks that they might be able to get some play on Greece. We'll see what happens. Standard Russian moves. Oh, this is interesting. Munich to Burgundy. You don't see that very much anymore. And so I like to see the Australians doing that. Now there's a choice. Do I cover Marseille? Do I go for Belgium? Do I cover Paris? And it's coupled with the English going into the English Channel. They don't follow up to Wales, though, right? They go to Yorkshire. So sometimes this is just a play for Belgium. But with that move in Burgundy, maybe not. It's really interesting. We got Darcy sort of on the back foot, but when someone's on the back foot, Jamal can come to them. And I've seen this so many times. Offer them a lifeline. So we'll see what happens. Will Jamal do Jamal things and have this be the greatest DF in history? I don't know.
Don't believe him, Darcy.
So Peter McNamara is clearly a human calculator. Rome to Venice, Venice to Apulia. Why not just Rome to Apulia? Peter.
He just wanted to do something different. It's the same. Why not just do Venice Old? Rome to Apulia. He just wanted to do something different.
This is Peter's version of letting his hair down.
To the fall, Ed.
I'm always going to Peter because Peter knows how to play Italy. He plays all every country really well, but he soloed it to be Diplomat of the Year. So I learned watching. Takes Trieste, goes to Venice. That's not pro Austrian. And somehow I think he got Austria to go to Tyrolia. Rough. Let's see. But Austria does still be building one because it takes Serbia and Greece. I note that Peter puts the fleet in Tunis, which is you don't see it so much, but I like it. Meanwhile, bounce in the black, which is to be sort of expected, and Bulgaria supported Romania. So I'm curious to see. Maybe there's some talk of we got to put pressure on Munich, so Warsaw goes to Silesia. I don't really know for sure why that set of moves occurred.
That seems
maybe it's
early.
It seems early. Maybe it's everybody against Peter. I don't know. Meanwhile, in the West, Jamal does back off, goes right for Belgium, and convoys to Norway. Clearly not worried about either France or Germany at this point. Just he always likes that fleet in Belgium. I know he talked about that at Winter Classic a couple of years ago. And Germany got the guess wrong. Should have gone to Marseille.
Picks up 2, though. France picks up 2. England picks up 2. Italy picks up 2. Russia picks up 2. Everyone is happy here in winter 1901. Holy armies. Armies. Peter likes his fleet.
The double fleet build from Peter suggests that it could have been arranged, this Trieste thing, but if I was Zoe, I wouldn't have liked this move up to Venice. But she's not attacking, so maybe there was some agreement there. Jamal going into the channel again. He's obviously managed to sell Darcy on something, but he doesn't want to follow through.
It needs to support Belgium. That's why it's going there. It's not a threat to you. It just is
Of
supporting
course,
Belgium.
sorry.
It's not the French channel, it's the English channel.
Germany pulls Burgundy out. He feels he's got Russian problems by the looks of it. It looks like France and Italy are going to engage in the south, but France only has a single fleet. Oh, Jamal says, I can go to mid-Atlantic. We can see this conversation going. I'm not entirely sure what Turkey is doing here. He must have known that was going to fail. Maybe he wanted it to.
Okay, I am now certain that it was arranged with what Peter did in the fall of 1901. I'm also certain that 2 of the 3 players think it's an error, except for Peter. I don't think Peter thinks it's an error. I think he arranged that bounce in Piedmont. I think, Peter does. I'm sure he can do anything, but I haven't seen him go west. And this is the most west I've ever seen him do. It's hard to have an error when you're not really containing Turkey. So we'll see what happens there. That's
but I suppose when Turkey opens to Constantinople with the army and boxes their own fleet in, it gives Italy a bit more license to do something other than go straight after Turkey.
Fair enough. And we'll see what happens here, whether there's going to be a Western triple in response to this.
And
oh my God, it is, isn't it? Okay. Oh no, sorry. Beg your pardon. Well, I don't know. Is there a world in which Denmark is arranged then?
and loses Berlin.
Germany's in desperate trouble, isn't he? Poor Robert. English Channel is in mid-Atlantic, but look at the Italian fleets are all running away. So Peter's saying to Darcy, "Oh my God, yes, sorry, what? Don't mind me. That was hasty. Look at that pretend nice guy up there in England. You go and deal with him. Whatever you do, bounce him out of mid-Atlantic for God's sake." And he doesn't do that. Turkey does manage to get a fleet out into open water this time, but this looks like it could be an air now. Although I note the lack of any support from Romania for the Serbia to Bulgaria move.
All Bulgaria had to do, Black Sea could have cut Khan, Romania could have supported it, didn't do either. So that's
well,
curious.
Ankara was quitting Khan. It's fine.
there's that. But yeah, for sure it's an EF. Other than that, it's an EF with the English in the Mid-Atlantic. Fine, just blow that point off. We'll see what happens.
Southern Fleet for Darcy, another fleet for Jamal, which will certainly go to the English Channel again. Munich goes away.
I mean, is it possible that that Germany is just sort of saying to EF, "Yeah, okay, I'm just going to suicide into Russia. You do what you like."
I think that could happen.
The opening move to Burgundy frustrated enough people, and so Robert says, all right, I'll help you.
All right, this is Jamal. Let's see. Jamal takes the Baltic. Jamal takes Holland. Germany's imploding, trying to save itself whichever way it can. Retreats to Livonia, if I'm reading that correctly. So it will wind up in St. Petersburg in the fall. For Germany lives with a fleet, St. Petersburg, South Coast, I guess. Let's see. Meanwhile, I think Black was just merely tapping Khan here, but got into it. Maybe it's a spring, so it might be going through it.
Could be on they could be trying to take Ionian.
I don't know. I mean, and it looks like Turkey had a potential to take Romania. with Austrian support didn't take it. James said no. It's a curious set of moves as to what's going on. So I'm just going to look at Peter because I'm sure Peter has a plan. Yeah, they should have taken a G in if it's working with Austria, right? They didn't do that. Meanwhile, it's got this problem with, by the way, it's a problem of Peter's own creation by building these fleets and going west. But now they've got the problem with Marseille going to Lyon. Peter bounces that. Jamal helping Darcy into Western Med. That's good for the EF. It's really good for Jamal. And so I think Peter sees that Peter really needs Darcy and Jamal to fight. They're not. So Germany's almost dead. So we've got to start thinking about what happens next for Italy. Peter
also wants Austria and Turkey to fight by the looks of it, and he doesn't know what side Zoe is on. He's used Tunis to support hold Ionian because he's not sure what Greece is going to do.
That's right.
He could have bounced Wes, I guess. But I think he did the mathematical play here, the probability. I don't understand why Russia wants an English fleet in the Baltic Sea, and why Jamal doesn't want that German army convoying away. Is he going to try and use Germany to slow down France or something by bouncing out of Munich? I don't understand what that's about.
I don't know. I think they're just fighting. That's my thought.
Well, Germany does live in St. Petersburg, South Coast, and in Holland.
Yeah, so Germany will stay on 2, 3 actually, because it gets into Romania as I look here.
Yeah.
So, so 4, well, and I guess builds in Munich, right? Because there's looks like.
Silesia.
Silesia did make it. Yeah, Silesia did make it. I thought it was a brace for a second.
Yeah.
In any event, look, the headline is Germany's in. It's now a Western Triple with a very small Germany. We'll see what armies are most useful to the Western Triple. Meanwhile, the Med is a standoff for now. Zoe takes Bulgaria. Turkey takes Khan back. Khan does not retreat to black, hoping for a rebuild in which I don't know if they'll get because can't do the math quick enough, losing St. Petersburg, Romania, but gaining Munich. It's just too much for me. But it's like really good for Jamal right now. You'd want to be Jamal on this board.
Belgium to Ruhr seemed a bit of a waste there. Had Darcy been fully cleared up, maybe Holland would have been a nice place to order Belgium.
They got a backfill. Well, she doesn't want to anger Jamal. Jamal's her ally, so they're working together.
Yeah, but that would have been, it's taking the dot off Germany, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's still building. Jamal doesn't want to see her to build, so
Well, Jamal might not want to see it. We'll see. Jamal is building an army this time. Joshua, after the fleet piff in the south, rebuilds that as Army Moscow. Spring 1904, Wardy.
Jamal has now turned on Russia. Takes Berlin. That's always a nice convoy to see. The one to the Central Europe from Sweden, and it looks like he's got eyes on St. Petersburg as well. So Germany trying to hide out in St. Petersburg may not actually last that long. They are still alive in Romania, I notice, which is a bizarre place for a German army to be. More locking in the Med between France and Italy. This looks great for Jamal. His ally is stuck, and he's got loads more growth path. What's happening in the Balkans? Italy's taking Vienna. I mean, this may have been arranged between INR. I mean, there isn't really anyone in the West in the East for Peter to work with other than Russia now. So, although they're on the back foot as well, so this could just be the second half of this game could be Peter just trying to get ENF to stab one another.
Jamal has a lot of cards here. I don't know if Jamal will stab, but a couple of things. One, convoying the army to Norway obviously gives him St. Petersburg. Convoying the army to Berlin gives him play on Munich. Moving to Helgoland gives him play on Holland. Getting the army to Norway also gives North Sea a chance to walk into English Channel. I mean, he has a devastating. I mean, he can pick up St. Petersburg, Holland, Munich here without stabbing. But he could also get Belgium with North Sea if he wants. I mean, there's a lot he can do, but I think he'll just take his 3 from Germany and Russia here. But Russia's helping, right? Russia's going down to Ukraine and Sev. They're not fighting the Western Triple anymore. So I don't know. Maybe Germany goes to Moscow here because Russia got into Budapest. We'll see what happens.
I mean, we don't really know how long these games are, unless you've had anything come through. Through the back channels, but I mean, this is such a great English position. They need to watch out for a solo, surely.
Let's see what they do. So Darcy gets Munich.
Being a good ally for now.
Darcy gets Munich. He does take St. Petersburg. This is you, Wardy.
Yep.
Sorry, yeah. So, it's a missed guess from Robert. Tries to bounce Finland, and Jamal walks straight into St. Petersburg. He loses Holland, loses Romania, and that's cheerio to our German friends.
Unless he was walking out to end the game.
Maybe that's also possible. Although I don't think he tried to walk out of Romania. More bounces between France and Italy. Italy's picking up 2 builds at the expense of Austria, who are down to 2 now in Bulgaria, but they get some German support into Warsaw. That's interesting. Germany could have walked into Moscow, as it happens. Maybe he is fed up. Turkey's just helping his meat shields put up a wall against the West.
Yeah, I just read all this as Peter. I mean, Peter is getting 2 builds here. It's obviously really, really helpful for Peter, but he's got an issue with the EF, and man, I don't know. I mean, Jamal's got the game if he wants it, as far as I can tell, but I never count Peter out. Those are the positions I would like. I would like Jamal's position 9 times out of 10, Peter's position 1 time out of 10, and no one else's position I would want.
I mean, in this system as well, as I understand it, if you think you're not going to top the board, just try and get as many centers as possible before the time runs out.
You have to survive. That's really your goal. Ultimately, you have to survive if you're not going to win.
Well, Austria is in a struggling position. Warsaw certainly under some pressure, and Bulgaria absolutely under pressure. So we'll see if Zoe can survive spring 1905, Ed?
Spring 1905 is I went right down to the med to see what was happening and the positioning of the fleets here. Even though Tunis got into Western Med, that's not much of a problem. And looking in and Tyrolia to Piedmont is potentially good. I feel like Chris Brand right here, except Munich is in Tyrolia. These are all moves I suspect that Jamal loves to see. Maybe he had a part in. Speaking of Jamal, where my eyes are going next, the army in Edinburgh goes right to Norway. St. Petersburg walks into Moscow. As he is now moving armies to Silesia and Berlin, which look very, pro EF, but they're if he wants to stab, he's got to stab. It's just whether he wants it or not. He's in control of the board. Peter has no easy growth opportunities here. He's killing the people that he needs to survive for him to grow, and that's not a position you want to be in.
You have a choice here of which unit to try and support into Wes next turn. Surely Darcy needs to be trying to push for it to be the English fleet.
Yeah, we'll see. And note that Jamal has a built-in pocket.
I missed that. Nice.
He only built 2 last time. Fall gets us.
No.
No. We've got to put you in that Spanish fleet. So they do take Western Med, which ran away anyways. It was covering Tyrrhenian in case Leon moved there, and so Tunis is lost. But there are more immediate problems like Venice being lost because Zoe has supported Darcy into Venice. So that's really good news. Russia's attacking Peter. That's bad news for Peter. Losing Trieste. He thought, let's just kill Zoe. Come on, guys. That's not going to happen. Zoe, with help from Jamal, gets into Warsaw, survives, loses Bulgaria. So Zoe's down to 1.
What does she pull?
Adrian.
Oh, boo! Oh, come on, Zoe.
I'm pretty sure Zoe should have pulled Warsaw. That fleet would be useful. Maybe she could have talked Jamal into just bypassing Warsaw for now. But if I'm Jamal, I didn't like to see that, but we'll see what happens.
I'd imagine the game has to be ending pretty quickly unless Jamal wants to push for a very big number, and he continues to push, Wardy.
Yeah, okay. So the deal is
Wardy. Yeah, go Wardy.
So the deal seems to be that Jamal's going to push Zoe forward from Warsaw, Russia fleeing from Sevastopol into Armenia, and he has Ankara guaranteed. Could this be some sort of arrangement as Turkey's moving forward? I wonder. I don't know.
This could be Jamal telling everybody. I mean, Russia and Austria are now like functionally janissaries. It could be Jamal saying, let's draw after we kill Peter.
Yeah, maybe.
And Peter's like, good luck with that. 1920, here we come.
Well, France is into Tunis. This is interesting. There's a bout between Italy and Turkey in Ionian. Clearly, something really broke down in their comms there. Turkey perhaps thinking, well, the war is breaking. I might as well just try and get mine while I've still got a chance.
Yeah.
I missed this move of Bohemia to Munich. I think there's a lot of distrust there. I mean, it's kind of too little too late, right? She's already put her, bet everything with Jamal. It should have gone to Tyrolia, because now Venice is lost. I assume she can get it back. But...
I think Darcy's a he, by the way.
I'm sorry. It's an American she, so I didn't know.
Yeah. So, I read that as perhaps covering from the Tyrolia army, but in any case, there goes Munich. And a lot of movement from the English here.
Well, the question is whether it's with consent. I don't know the answer to that, if it's with consent or not. But anyways. Why is that happening? I'm not exactly sure, but okay. Meanwhile, look, I mean, Jamal's in Warsaw, Jamal's in Munich. Jamal's got France flung forward. He can do anything he wants. The game's got to draw here. Maybe it ends in 1906. This will be let's see.
Maybe solos.
Well, here. So at this point, he's got 7 English armies on the mainland. I mean, that's a good number.
All in good positions.
Yeah.
And note, he does not
Look
weigh.
at empty Francis.
He might go for the solo here.
Yeah. No reason. There's no reason not to at this point.
He has shown himself to sort of pull back sometimes, though, but tournament setting, and it could make the difference.
Well, Darcy's still going after Venice rather than going back home.
Yeah.
But
So Darcy takes Venice. There's a bounce in Mid-Atlantic. I mean, on the one hand, it looks like a stab, but on the other hand, that fleet needs to go to English Channel to protect, Mid-Atlantic. So that could be the argument. The armies all just sort of go down and push against Russia. I mean, he could have stabbed Darcy like much harder than this, right? He could take Belgium. He could be in Burgundy. He could do a bunch of things. So I'm not reading this as a stab at this point. I know Peter is saying that Jamal can solo from here. He needs 5. He just got 1, so he needs only 4. Belgium, Paris, Brest, and one of the Iberian places can do it, but there's also Austrian centers. So we'll see. I mean, Vienna's at risk now. Man, I don't know.
Well, he's not going to get it this year. Oh no. 3 bounces on Belgium. Maybe they're getting to 17.
Well, I don't think he wants to argue. In all fairness, if he's doing his thing, he's still building 3. Okay, yep. He's in Vienna, he's in Romania, and he's in Sevastopol. So he's up to 16, and he can take Belgium at will after that. So if the game, I'm not sure they can stop it. If the game draws now, he's just got an amazing, that's what it is. But he had the solo if he wanted it.
Yep.
And look at that score is nigh on double what Nancy's was.
Yep. With double the centers.
In fact, Darcy's score is more than what Nancy's was.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, obviously you're throwing a huge score to the tournament leaders. We will bring back Karthik here in a minute to analyze the mathematics of doubling the scores and doubling the formulas. Is it you come into a tournament? Again, I don't know Darcy all that well or at all. You don't figure you're going to compete with the likes of the Andrew Goffs, the Jamals, the Peters. You think maybe I get 22 points in the first round. That gets me to a top 7. That's DBNI points. Like we used to play for top 7 would get you into the like the Masters Classics that there used to be. That was
I think Darcy played great.
Yeah.
I mean, and if there were issues, Darcy. I think Darcy probably gave up Munich in exchange for not being soloed on, and that was a diplomatic play, and Darcy got a great score out of it compared to game 1.
Yeah, Karthik, let's see. You're on mute. Did you play against Darcy last year?
I don't think I played against Darcy. I think I saw them at the tournament, but I don't think I played against them.
Yeah, but
Kevin, either keep me in for game 3, or this was my last game.
There we go.
Yep.
Excellent display of both tactics and diplomacy by Jamal. Just shows why he is as good as he is. So
right, and Jamal could have taken the solo if he wanted it. So,
I think Ed, we got you for one more game here. Wardy, sorry for another break. We'll give you a little one, and then we'll get you on for the next one. All right, round 1, board 3. Players are Arden Golf, Melissa Call. Hello, Melissa. Long time no see. Jason Gray, as Wardy talked about at the beginning. Joshua playing 2 boards in Germany. Henry Gray, I wonder if any relation. Andrew Goff and Marcus Sloan.
Very, very fun board right here. Jason Gray, Marcus Sloan, Andrew Goff, all well familiar to me. Mel Call, I know by reputation, but I've never played with them. And then the others are very new to me, and I'm excited to see how they match up against some legends here.
All right, Ed, we'll keep you in the odd numbers. Let's start it out.
My tournament pick Andrew Goff goes to Livonia from Moscow. You don't see that very much, but usually that's a play to put the army in Sweden. I don't know if Germany likes that or not. Meanwhile, I would say, wow, Mark Sloan's does not have the Australian Turkish meta down. With the bounce in the black. What is he thinking? Why wouldn't he give up the black or something? But anyways, good job, Marcus. Let's see here. Oh, France goes to the English Channel. You don't see that every day by Jason, but goes to Burgundy, goes to Spain, making what it would presumably be a play for Belgium here, which would be great for France. This is an interesting move of Berlin to Munich. I would suspect in the modern way to play Germany, that's a less than 1% move. Usually Berlin to Kiel is just automatic. And the reason for that is it gives you play over Holland. That did not happen here. So
Tiroli and Burgundy both being occupied. Maybe he needs a 2 on it to defend.
We shall see. Maybe Joshua sniffed something out. Let's see. All right, in the fall, Karthik loves his Austria, a Russian fleet in Romania. That's what's happened here. And there's coordination with Marcus because Marcus goes to Caen. Let's see here. Austria not entirely sure what Italy's going to do and goes to Trieste, but still picks up 2. Italy takes Tunis. It was really the only option was with the fleet, if that's what Italy wanted to do. France does take Belgium, does take Portugal, leaves Spain in pocket for the next go around. And what I was afraid of is that England would go to Holland.
Yep.
Ruhr did not bounce that, which it could have if it wanted to. Instead, makes a ambitious play for Belgium and failed there. Meanwhile, I know Andrew did not put the army in Sweden, instead just electing to go with the fleet and holding Livonia.
Mm-hmm.
Here are the builds for 1901. 2 armies for France. Interesting. That's a couple times we've seen that. Joshua does build a fleet in Kiel. 2 armies for Goffey. A couple other fleets. Oh, wave for Arden. Interesting.
Yep. All nice for the RAT.
That is art, not rat.
Yes. Down under, it's an art, not a rat. Things go from bad to worse for but what I want to call attention to, what Kevin highlighted, is Andrew Goff flexing on the board, ordering Warsaw to Ukraine, Ukraine to Moscow, Moscow to Livonia. At some point, someone needs to ask, why are we giving Andrew Goff built at all? Does he really even need those units to begin with? But for now, the RIT is very happy and doesn't bother asking this question. As Vienna moves to Bohemia, presumably, potentially, to go against the Italians, but at the same time, they have not enough armies to cover Vienna because they chose to wave, which means maybe it has to go back, maybe something has to cover. This is an uncomfortable position for the Austrians to be in. However, in the north, like I said, the EF works nicely to deny Ruhr to the Germans, blowing up that army. They now have position on Munich. They are unfortunately bounced out of Kiel, but other than that, EF is rolling really strong, putting Joshua in a really rough position here.
I think Austria's failure to build in Budapest was immediately recognized to be a problem because they could have taken Tyrolia here. Vienna could have gone to Tyrolia, and they could have covered Vienna with Budapest on a backfill. That didn't happen. So, yeah, it's a tough position for Austria. It's great to be the RT. And obviously, the question now is Andrew going to help Germany at all?
Right.
What does Andrew do in this situation? And he doesn't.
No, instead it becomes a rate, an IRAT, a Terry, whatever you want to call it, this is a truly unholy alliance. The Australians said, "You thought you hated the Western Triple, Americans? Let me show you an Eastern Quadruple. How do you like us now?" The Turks are just there purely chilling. Marcus is like, "Guys, I'm out for a beer. I'm going to go get some prawns, like, maybe a meat pie. After all, 14th, Pie Day." But no, at a certain point, you're wondering, what on earth is going on here? So the Austrians, the Italians, and the French all say, Germany, really, they shouldn't be the owners of Munich. Russians say, Prussia, Silesia, that's mine. Berlin, soon to follow. It is not long for the Germans, and one has to wonder, God, what did Joshua do to them? A 5-on-1.
Well, he was on 2 boards, so maybe they took advantage of that.
Fair enough, but still, poor guy.
Yeah.
Not where I would want to be right now.
Couple of things. Italy doesn't move west with the fleets.
Yep.
Burgundy supports Tyrol to Munich instead of Belgium to Ruhr, right? Which means that English Channel doesn't get to Belgium, which tells me that France might be building a fleet here, and we shall see if this continues or not. England may be the next target.
We will see. Melissa builds an army back home, so 2 armies on the Isle. Wave for Jason. 2 other armies in the center of the board. Ed, spring 1903.
Yeah, spring 1903. Did France wave?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there goes that theory. All right. Eastern Quadruple. Turkey's holding, which is what Turkey needs to do, I guess, in an Eastern Quadruple. I've only seen it one other time. Let's see here. Munich holds as opposed to supporting a Russian unit into Berlin. Actually, Italy's supporting Berlin now that I look at this. So there's no way Italy's the odd person out. That's what's happening here. Okay, I figured all that out.
Mm-hmm.
Austria's moved. Yeah, okay. And so next will be Italy, and it's just a Turkey, Austria, Russia thing. Okay, don't anger Andrew Goff. Italy's done that, is what I've said. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, England getting into Holland here, doesn't get into Norway, bounces Sweden out. I guess he owns Norway, or she owns Norway. All right, so EF is just they're all at the line here. What I'm reading this is they're all at the line, except England got Kiel. That's it, as best I can tell, and Austria is bearing down. That move to Tyrolia can't take Venice. I guess it depends on France. We'll see what happens. Okay, yeah. Thanks for not letting Karthik comment on how bad my commentary was. Okay, Austria gets an Italian dot through Munich. That's what happens. Mm-hmm. And Russia does get Berlin this time. France does get into Ruhr and Burgundy that way. The army does get into Edinburgh, which won't be, I mean, Andrew won't like it, but he'll be able to build now. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Austria and Italy playing nice with each other is the best I can tell. I still don't really know what's happening, other than that Russia and Turkey are cooperating. England seems to be fighting Russia. England and France seem to be fighting Germany, but Germany's gone. So what happens now?
If I had to guess, Austria is about to trade Greece to the Turks for something. The Turks are going to own Greece, Aegean, and with the help of the Greek fleet now in Albania, they're going to blow up Ionian and start to put pressure on Venice, because right now they can't break it.
Munich was popped, so no disband for Henry. Other than that, Austria waves this time. Maybe that is the Greece trade. We will see. And South Coast for St. Petersburg. Interesting.
Makes sense. South Coast, St. Petersburg. Yeah, that is interesting.
All right, Karthik. Yeah, because you want the army back up in St. Petersburg.
Yep, this is what I figured they'd end up doing. They want the army in St. Petersburg, which can be mobile. They can move into Finland. They can do a lot of things with it. And rather than trying to defend like Sweden when it was never going to be able to be defended, Sweden just goes straight to the Baltic Sea, which is a really smart move because it allows them to defend against Denmark potentially sliding in there, and also get in there if there's only a forced attack on it. This allows, therefore, there to be a threat on Sweden, a threat on Kiel, and the force in Bothnia able to defend St. Petersburg. All in all, some really, really good tactics from Goffi. Musakal, I still think, has the positional advantage on him due to the just great number and position of units vis-a-vis Goffi. But Goffi is going to make it as hard as possible for anyone trying to screw him over. In the south, there is an agreement to piff the fleet finally, which is going to be music to Marcus's ears. And I think Marcus is at this point just saying, hey, I can wait for a while. Let's see what happens, and I'll grow after. I think that's a smart call. One thing I guess I was surprised by is instead of trading Greece, it seems that Turkey may be getting Romania or something in this deal. Given that I think at this point it's likely that there will be a supported attack on Ionian, and Serbia can easily cover Greece if it wants to.
I don't know. They might convoy to Greece.
Could be.
We'll see. They might try and reach an agreement with Italy here.
Yeah, because you might want Italy on the front line. We'll see how France goes. If I were Turkey, maybe getting up to Galicia. Nope, takes Budapest as the trade. Interesting.
Yeah.
And Greece.
Stab in Austria.
I don't know if that's a trade.
No, that's just what we call a stab, Kevin. No, so Romania goes into Budapest, taking one off of them. Aegean gets supported by Ionian, taking another. Just brutal, brutal, brutal. Arden's going to be in some big trouble. In the north, Russia gets to claim absolute ignorance of the stab on the Austrians, which will be good for their diplomatic ability. Russia's working with Austria to keep Munich. And what is mind-blowing here is a stab by the French on the English, but somehow the English suss out. Originally, I thought, oh, maybe this is just negotiated. Maybe this is an agreed upon bounce. But the support of Ruhr into Belgium and the convoys are just simply a fleet moving in. This is mind-blowing to me. So I guess France thought they saw something. They thought they could get one over on Mel, but clearly not. Someone who they told leaked it back to Mel, or Mel just simply sussed it out. Either way, brilliant play by them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, somehow this is amazing news for Andrew, right? Okay,
Yes.
Here's the thing. When I first looked, I went right to the east and I saw the stab. And I'm like, this is a dumb stab because Austria is holding the line with Munich and Tyrolia.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's just going to empower the EF here. And I'm going to see EF dominate this board. And then I see the move, the convoy and the stab here. So I think at this point, the issue is, can ENF get it back together? Was this arranged? I doubt it. But, can they get it back? If it was arranged, great. I think, that's good for them. If they can get it back together, I still think it's good for them. That's the diplomatic imperative in the West at this point, because this Munich issue is real. Austria's disbanding 2, right? A 1, because why only 1? Lost Budapest and Greece.
Waved one last time.
Oh.
So only down 1.
And got rid of Munich.
Yep. Russia was even, no adjustments because Romania was piffed. The fleet in Romania was piffed. And fleet London and 2 armies for Marcus. Ed, spring 1905.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why Andrew's doing these set of moves, and I realized that he's at war. Turkey is at war with Andrew. Turkey is at war with Austria. Turkey seems to have reconciled
With Italy.
with Italy, but I don't see. Is there a fleet in the Aegean?
No, there's one in the Eastern, but none in the Aegean.
Yeah, no, that's a joke move, I guess. Yeah, so Andrew's got to defend now against Marcus here. Meanwhile, England and France did make up. Okay, North Sea goes to Skagerrak, London goes to North Sea, English goes to Mid-Atlantic, and France takes Munich. That's all really good for them if they can keep it together. But the problem is they can't really attack Russia here without really helping Marcus. So do they have the wisdom to see that?
The reason I pointed out the fleet in the Eastern is that it's not a joke move. Eastern and Ionian could have convoyed Smyrna to Greece, but I think Eastern wrote a misorder that caused it to not work.
Oh, okay. You're right. I thought Ionian was just simply supporting a convoy.
Same, yeah.
I thought, yeah. Anyways. Okay.
All right. So England and France sort out their issues. Andrew's under attack. Marcus is moving the armies forward. Ed, let's see if that continues. It's not. It does not continue.
It was a juggernaut all along. Andrew gets into Vienna with Turkey's help. Leaves Romania. By the way, the convoy must have worked. It must be a backstabber error.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there was something in the Aegean. That's interesting.
Oh, okay.
But there's not.
I think they fixed it. The fleet was there in the Aegean. That's what, as opposed
to. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. In any event, look, the headline is Russia and Turkey made up. And it's an old school juggernaut here with Turkey in Budapest, in Serbia and Greece, and it's all good. Meanwhile, good news for Andrew on the one hand, bad news on another hand. We got a lot of English armies surrounding St. Petersburg now. St. Petersburg, well, I don't know if it'll fall with these with Vienna building now, but we'll see. Meanwhile, a really, 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 really big problem for France. France moved to Bohemia, but had no unit to make sure to support back into Munich, and instead Austria keeps Munich here, as opposed to France getting it. Maybe France didn't care. I don't know, but that's a big problem for Jason, I think, at this point. It's a, so it's an EF versus an RT with, I guess, Italy sort of stuck in the middle here, trying to do what it can.
Yep. And of note, Marseille loses the guess against the Italians. They had to decide whether or not they wanted to risk losing Marseille to Piedmont or to try and bounce the Italians out of the Gulf of Lyon. They choose to hold, and the Italians get what they want there.
So that leaves Austria pulling one, only one, because of keeping Munich. Goffi builds Warsaw, kind of possibly giving up on St. Petersburg and fleet Smyrna. Spring 1906 Carthage.
Yeah,
Ooh.
as I mentioned, this was really, really dangerous for the French, and now they're forced into the uncomfortable position of losing Marseille. Now, of note, because Venice didn't follow up the army into Piedmont, because Western gets into Tunis without issue, there is no way for the French to force them back, which means that it's very, very likely that the French will have to deal with Italian chaos for a long time coming. And then on the other side of the board, the RT is mowing over the Austrians, except for one case where French assistance to the Austrians allows them to depose the Russian holders of Vienna and reinstall the Austrians there. So that's very, very interesting to watch there. Tactically, this is a brilliant move from Andrew Goff. The last time I saw this move was in WebDip Masters 4 or 5 years ago. You have a convoy of the army from St. Petersburg to Finland, allowing a convoy swap, which then in the fall will allow for an attack, potentially tapping Norway, doing any number of things that will basically allow for a return of St. Petersburg to the Russian possessions. Andrew Goff.
That's an amazing move.
Yes, it's one of the best moves tactically I've seen in a long time. One of my tactical favorite moves. I've always loved this kind of move. The first time I saw it is when I fell in love with tactics and diplomacy, and to see it again in a live face-to-face tournament is so cool. So thank you, Goffy, for flexing your tactical muscles in addition to your diplomatic ones here. So very, very nice.
And then it gets piffed in Fall 1906.
Yes, and it does get piffed. It's the right play here for them.
It doesn't matter, right? The objective has been achieved.
Yes.
The objective has been achieved, but it does leave them in a position where St. Petersburg can be taken back once more in a different manner. But it does stall Melissa. It does waste your time. And
well,
I'm
not if
sure
you
when
lose
the rounds
Berlin and
end
Vienna.
here. I think it's by tournament director's discretion. Like they have something written down, and then when that time hits, it hits. 1907 was when Goffey called it every single round last year. So for Goffey, it's a race against time. I mean, he may have won that race.
No. He loses Berlin. He loses
yes, that's what I was about to get to. He loses Berlin, though. There was little he could have done to stop it without having Baltic support Silesia back in. And if Sweden had chosen to tap it, there was truly nothing he could have done. So maybe it was just an acceptable loss. Of note is the Austrians getting back into Munich, while the Turks successfully push into Venice. Ionian opting, rather than to tap Adriatic, to let Venice fall and keep the Ionian whole. It's an interesting choice that the French and the Italians work together well successfully there while fighting each other around Marseille.
I think the game's going to be ending because the other two ended in 1906.
No, Mark. Jamal's was 1907.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right.
So, but heading into the last year, Marcus takes the lead with building two more that straight line upwards over the last couple. And as you mentioned, R&T have been working together. So Goffey may not be doing it for his own board top, but for his ally to slow down Melissa, who has not grown in 2 years. France picks up Berlin to get to 7, so 9-8-7 heading into the last year, and they play on. Ed, give us 1907.
Yeah, I think Marcus sees that his dots are through Andrew now, and that's what we're seeing here. Seeing the move to Serbia, the move to Tyrolia. That's all to try and, I guess, take Vienna. Romania is obviously vulnerable now. Sev is potentially vulnerable. There's Italian. Turkish cooperation here. Meanwhile, we got the Italian raider doing Italian things, right? It's an army raider at this time, which is hilarious. Just fun to watch, by the way. I love doing this stuff.
Yep.
It's like when you're not doing well in the game and you have a stray unit like that, it's kind of fun. Let's see. So France is functionally slowed down. England took St. Petersburg, is into Ruhr. So I guess, can take Belgium if they want, can take Munich is, I think, more likely at this stage because who needs Austria? But Marcus is going to top this board, I would think. And there we go. Marcus is in Vienna. Marcus is in Romania. Marcus is an Ionian. An Italian there doesn't decide to be dastardly, just goes ahead and piffs it. Complete back foot for Goff down to 3.
Should be a tie though, right? Because picks up 2, loses 1, and Melissa picks up 2. 10-10.
10-10.
What 2 did Melissa pick up?
St.
Petersburg.
Munich.
She had St. Petersburg, she took Munich, and they called it. Wow. Very friendly.
Yep. Goffey, I think, can we go back to when Goffey lost it in the spring?
Yeah.
Yeah, Goffey could have defended if he wanted to, but with the Turk stabbing, he decided, I don't need to defend St. Petersburg anymore. Like, if you're going to come for me, Marcus, then I'm going to defend. And fair enough call.
The Santos job is hard. I missed that, right? So I didn't see the race coming. I totally fucked up, Australia. I'm sorry. Good job, Melissa.
We're going to kick you up. We're going to kick you off the air. We'll bring Wardy back on here.
Now we got some quality commentary coming back.
Jesus. These Australians keep you on your toes. All right.
They do.
Fun, fellas.
This was one of my favorite games to commentate. Like, the tactics, the diplomacy, all of it was riveting. Especially the Ghafi convoy. Marcus stabbing makes absolute sense, but also at the same time, hard for Ghafi to not just say, hey, like, Melissa, take St. Petersburg at that point, so you win something.
Poor Arden, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm glad Arden survived. Imagine just like turning up, doing your best, and still only being the second best Goff on the board.
Yeah.
Well yeah. All right, so Ed, here we finished round one. Jamal up top. Is that hard not to believe, right?
He's got mind control over these Australians. They just do what he wants.
Well, all right. Well, we will transition into round two. Thank you for joining us. And when we get back, we will have. Oh, he left before we even did it. So. All right, and we are back to DBN's coverage of the 2025 Melbourne Open. We have round two, board one, and this board is right on. This is going to be big with Jonathan Sun, Shane Armstrong, Robert Chatterton, Jason Gray, Arden Agoff, as you mentioned, Jamal Blakarli coming in at number one, and Terry Gao, who is playing the first board of their tournament here. Let's get to the map. I'll put Wardy, I'll put you in the odds here, and we will kick you off starting now.
Okie doke. It looks like Italy tries to sneak attack Austria, bringing not only Venice to Trieste, which is one thing, but also following up to Venice, or trying to, with Rome. But Jonathan Sun, I'm assuming, just getting wind of that and bouncing Trieste, seems to have a better relationship with Jamal with that Galicia DMZ. Meanwhile, Terry is bringing his fleet out from Ankara to Constantinople. So he was perhaps expecting Italy to be anti-Turkish rather than what it appears, which is anti-Austrian.
No bounce in the Black Sea, and Russia gets in. Interesting.
All coming up Jamal right now.
Yep.
And yeah, no, this is even better for Jamal. We love to see a good Russian-Austrian alliance, and the fleet makes it into Romania just fine. If I was the Austrian, I would actually prefer Ukraine to be supported down right now. But if we're going for like an RAT or something along those lines, I really do like to see this sort of moveset happen. Constantinople does make it into the Aegean, which does make me think this is art instead. And in the West, we see something really, really fun that we don't see too often. We see a vacating of the North Sea as North Sea slides into Belgium. We see the Mid-Atlantic Ocean going to Spain's south coast, allowing for a fleet build in Marseille to allow Robert to get a real jump on Italy. So this is just a really, really well-established thing. What I want to call the most attention to by Jamal, though, not going for Sweden. Maybe he thought he was getting bounced. Instead goes to Finland and Baltic. Just a crazy, crazy fun combination right here.
I do like it. Let's see what he builds. He gets Army of Warsaw, so the German must have said something to him, because the Fleet Berlin and Army Munich, obviously Army Munich, but two fleets for France, two fleets for England. This is fun. And Fleet Smyrna for Terry. Karthik, stay with the spring 1902 here.
Yep. So what we see here is the one of the downfalls of this kind of strategy is that it makes it really, really hard to contain everything that you want to. Because now Jamal loses the Baltic Sea because Berlin was able to build, and lacking a second build, he's overly constrained in the north and doesn't have the units necessary to really act. But what could be interesting is the English fleet moves. If it's going full hog against the Russians, big deal. But if there's a chance Jamal can use this and suggest a flip to the English, and the English go for it and stab the Germans, that could be that could be the way out. In the south, we see Marseille hold, which is very, very irregular. Spain goes to west. And given that Brest went to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, you'd assume that Marseille is going to Lyon as well. Maybe they're trying to give Italy some room to work, some room to navigate, and this was like the negotiation, but it's very, very interesting to me. And finally, in the south, we see this turn a supported bounce in the Ionian Sea by both Italy and the Austro-Turks. This turn, I do not see this happening with 3 available to blow up, to take over the Ionian Sea.
I will make one point. I forgot about it earlier when we had the Eastern convoy or Aegean missing unit. We very thankful for all of the folks who do the backstabbing, whatever we are calling it on here. These events do not happen on DBN without them. So thank you so much. Yeah, Marseille may have been a misorder instead of letting Lyon get into. We just don't know. And that's
Right.
the fun of these broadcasts is we get to pontificate over what might have happened, what should have happened. So
if you see it magically appear in Lyon.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, all right, Wardy. All things came up Jamal in round 1. What do you think? Will Jamal be able to flip Shane onto Jason, or is it an attack on Jamal?
Well, yeah, looks like he's going to have some support from England. So maybe he's got chance here. But that is that daisy chain from Germany just ignoring England's position immediately behind him is risky. But if England stabs, it's only a Pyrrhic victory for Jamal.
And he gets it to work. Tell us about it, Wardy.
So it's a convoy by England from Yorkshire into Holland. Meanwhile, France goes into Ruhr. Could have gone straight into Munich. As Jason is throwing himself in the direction of Russia, who do get a build from Sweden this year. So Jamal is up to 6. That's going to give him a bit more breathing room. Decides to retreat into Warsaw, though. So that's we won't see 2 armies on the German front. That's an interesting choice. In the south, French fleet shuffle into Piedmont now, which is interesting. I mean, it's not threatening Italy, but it can't do an awful lot there. Maybe you'd have wanted Lyon and then perhaps convoy into Piedmont to be able to get into Tyrolia or something. I'm not entirely sure what that's about. Turkey gets into Ionian, so Arden will be grateful for that French fleet appearing in Tis to give him some support. I think. And Austria heading towards a line.
Yeah, those 4 Austrian armies moving upwards. Interesting. Silesia goes off the map. And 2 armies. Wardy, let's keep you going in spring 1903.
Okie doke. Germany supports France into Munich and guesses wrong on Helgoland and Denmark, which is a shame. I did think they were just giving up for a moment, but no, just I think a wrong guess. France now does shuffle the army into Piedmont now. That seems like a bit of a tempo loss. They could have been backfilling Tyrrhenian Sea right now. Because Tyrrhenian Sea gets into Ionian, Turkey retreating into the Adriatic. They were trying for the Smyrna to Apulia convoy, which really would have been bad news for the Italians, who are just about holding on at the moment. But at some point soon, they're going to have to start worrying about France. So I've been in this situation so many times because I'm terribly at playing Italy. You're defending from one side, and then suddenly you get that sorted, and you get a problem from the from the other side. Jamal, who chose not to retreat to Prussia and build a second army in Warsaw, now goes to Prussia and follows up into Warsaw from Moscow. I'm not sure what this is. Are they just allowing France to sort of try and keep up with England and then to say, you're going no further? I'm unsure what these AR armies are up to.
Yeah, Russia doesn't have too much of a chance to advance here, but let's see what Jamal does. Karthik, fall 1903.
Yep. So this is why you just never out Jamal Bukhari, because I said some of his moves cause some tactical issues down the line. But who needs tactics when you have diplomacy? Prussia just walks into Berlin. Sweden takes Norway. That's Jamal going up 2 when, by all accounts, he should be going up 0 right now. Italy works with France to... Oh, no. They actually lose the Ionian. But it's fine because Ionian gets to retreat into a GNC, which will only cause even more issues. That being said, I do wish Leon went to Tyrrhenian Sea here. I think that would have been a stronger move and given them a little bit more aggressive positioning.
So is this IF? Sorry, Claudio, is this IF prioritizing defending Venice? Is that what that was? Just so Adriatic couldn't support Tyrolia into Venice?
Yes, that's what that is. But there's no reason for Leon not to go to Tyrrhenian in that world still. But yes, that is prioritizing getting Tyrolia, correct?
Interesting.
Because that does guarantee that Venice cannot fall.
What was
Tyrolia and Adriatic?
What was Jason trying to do in Berlin there? What was the? Did he think
trying to bounce the region?
Trying
to get clever, half a measure.
That's a shame.
So that gets Shane trading. It looks like so. No adjustment. As you mentioned, Jamal goes up 2.
Yep.
Jason going down 3, which kills Army Marseille. Interesting build, but seems needed to go after Venice.
He pulls his fleets. Come on, Jason. Got to keep a fleet on the board. Have some fun. Have some play.
Kiel has tons of movement to Ruhr, which does not go.
Yep.
Karthik, give us Spring 04.
Sure. So Jamal moves into a solid defensive position here while making an aggressive move towards Munich. In the south, we just see Turkey bouncing and Turkey holding Ionian. We see another play to retake Tyrolia after losing it the prior turn. And now we have the French army in Piedmont, the Italian army in Venice, and the Turkish fleet in Adriatic, while we have an Austrian army in Trieste and Tyrolia. This is what diplomacy is all about, trying to negotiate these multi-country deals to make sure that at the very least your enemy doesn't support your other enemy, and if you can, get them to turn on them with you. So this is a very, very fun breakdown I want to see.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that Aegean would have held there.
I do as well. There must have been some order or some misorder or some backstabber error along the way.
So here's our situation. Is English Channel
it's friendly.
Only God knows.
It's yeah, I mean, he's not in a position to convoy. He could have a go at Belgium, but that's not guaranteed.
Right.
It's not a strong stab if that's what this is.
Let's see. Ball 4. Yeah. So what we do see here is the Austrian and Turkish position being used really effectively here. They are able to force Venice, which is huge. As they cut both Apulia and they support themselves in with 3 into Venice, overwhelming the Piedmontese support rather. In the north, we see the Germans unfortunately bid us farewell. Sorry, Jason Gray. But the English managed to force Kiel while moving down into Ruhr and denying the retreat using the North Sea fleet. All of that was brilliant ideas that really just worked out well for all involved there.
This is all super passive from Jamal.
Yes.
The only thing he does is blow up the Austrian army, but he self bounces in Galicia, and Austria is now going to build 2 armies right next to him.
He got 17 in the first round, so
yeah,
play a little passive if it needs to. And there's those 2 builds you were just mentioning. Army London, somewhat defensive, but has a chance to move forward. Or maybe it was agreed upon. So 1-1. Fleet Marseille isn't what you would see if there was a real battle. So maybe it was agreed upon. We'll see.
It's a long time since I've seen a Turkish position like this.
Yes, for sure.
Tell us about it in spring 1905, Wardy.
Right. France and England. Interesting. Belgium moves away, but to Picardy, not to the Channel. Meanwhile, England, with the help of Russia, kicks France out of Munich. So it'll be interesting to see how France reacts to this. But then it's not a full-throated one. Norwegian doesn't even go to the NAO. It goes to Clyde, back to its birthplace, perhaps. A lot of mess on the Italian boot. Austria successfully defend Venice and helps Turkey push that Italian army back. Fortunately for Italy, they were able to get out of Naples because Ionian French fleet moved into the Eastern Med just to get closer to Turkey, I guess. Meanwhile, it looks like Jamal is making a move on Terry. Doesn't seem to. I don't know what the Turkish units are really offering this Eastern Alliance, and I think Jamal is just going to think, well, I can make some use of those units. I can hold units as good as anyone.
Yes, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. I mean, the French are going to have Smyrna at the end of this turn, most likely, maybe, possibly.
Correct.
Karthik. Oh, they don't. They gamble.
Oh, that's fun. That
Come on,
is
Jamal.
one of the few ways that could have been stopped. And yes, Russia works with Turkey in this betrayal. They betray them on one side, support them on the other, give Austria a bill to keep them happy. Very, very fun diplomacy by Jamal. On the other hand, we see France and England working well effectively to keep their side of the line as clean as possible, minus Russia. So fingers crossed for them that they can figure a way out to do so, because I think they will need to. But yeah.
All right, on that one, we get to winter. Austria does have room to build their one. Terry must pull. Shane gets to build. Army London. And Army Smyrna goes. All right, spring 1906, getting down to the final year or two, although maybe there's some time. We'll see. Hey, and now France gets Smyrna.
And the other 2 Turkish centers fall to Russia, and there's another backfill by Austria. That bounce in Romania could be arranged, but interesting that Warsaw falls back to Ukraine there. It may have been just in case there was he walked into Sevastopol or something. Turkey's disbands shown they were giving up on their homeland, and they're back into Ionian Sea. It's hard to see what they can pick up here, though. They could be on the way out. No. Meanwhile, in the West, England is moving on. France into NAO, into English Channel, into Burgundy.
Yep. This is the one thing that could save the Italians potentially.
No.
This is fun. This is good.
It is.
Yep. If France is to pull back and the Turks are unable to prosecute the war any longer because they are losing all their units, maybe there's a chance.
Is there a worry here for England that Jamal comes at them?
Yeah, there should be, definitely. But Jamal can talk anyone into anything. So I think that maybe they believe that Jamal will not come for them. They're a winning vote.
France guesses wrong. Covers Brest, but that allows the free walk into Belgium. There's a free walk into Paris. There's a free walk into Mid-Atlantic, and they go convoy behind them into Picardy. And we say, in the East, we say goodbye to the Turk. Thanks for playing Terry. Bounced out of Italian Tunis by France. And it looks like just a range bounces between A and R now. And more passive stuff in the north from Jamal. Self-bouncing in Kiel with Berlin and Baltic Sea, and a token effort from Norway to boot.
Yep.
Shane picks up 2. Jonathan picks up 1. A good race here at the end. 2 fleets. With only 1 year left, those 2 fleets aren't going to do a whole lot, but we will see what happens. They are going to play Spring 1907 Karthik.
Yeah, so I just want to give major kudos to Jamal here. Somehow, after winning game 1, Guy is not targeted for elimination at all, is now possibly going to board top. Also while still showing restraint. If Russia wanted to, they could probably take Denmark and Sweden or Italy right now. Sorry, not Italy. Denmark or Kiel right now. And then that would work out perfectly for them. But the English do take Portugal. They take Brest. Spain is guaranteed. So England's actually going to win this race quite handily. Actually, I take that back. Jamal cannot win this race, but they do get Romania and Vienna.
Are these 1907 games? Because if they are, these Austrian moves don't really make a lot of sense to me.
Right.
We will find out. So there's 3 for Jamal.
Whoa. Spain and Marseille. So I knew they were going to get Spain, but getting Marseille is insanity. Jamal gets Romania, Budapest, and Vienna. This is 4-on-3. I think Jamal would be very, very happy here under any circumstances. If you told me at the start of the year he would get Romania, Budapest, and Vienna, my brain literally short circuited when I was looking at spring. My brain is doubly short circuiting now. I cannot believe what my eyes are seeing here. Is this going to end up on a 13-12 finale? Walked out of Portugal?
Yeah, he didn't. He went Mid-Atlantic to Western.
Mid-Atlantic went to Western. I thought Mid-Atlantic went to. What is going on?
Well, maybe it's 8 years.
Maybe it's 1908. Yeah, could be.
There's some builds. 3 for Jamal, 3 for Shane. Spring 1908. We get more to go.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay, so we just have the incursion going on here. We see the walkout to Baltic while Silesia takes Berlin. It's curious that there's no retreat to Kiel or anything like that. I would have thought if this was unarranged, given how hard Austria is fighting Russia, there would be some other move here. But I guess maybe they want to have Baltic support the army into Denmark or something like that, or have it be able to be convoyed somewhere. All valid possibilities, I suppose. At the same time, in the south, we see Jamal start to claw back some of his earlier losses. Very, very impressive play. Granted, it's just a trade for now, but given the fact that Jamal got Serbia, I do foresee them getting a better growth here than the Austrian will and just out-tacticking them. Very, very fun turn. These Hounds are also moving into position to try and take Venice back, which will cause even more issues for Austria. Yeah, I think Jamal is going to have a very good position, but will lose the race potentially to the English.
Greece to Ionian. We'll see. Could that be the key support needed? Oh, he didn't. Maybe they're not time limited on Saturday. We'll see.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, I didn't like that Tunis hold in the spring because it meant that he was getting surrounded by England.
Yeah.
And I'm not utterly convinced by England support holding Tunis here. I kind of feel that's going to be quite short-lived. I mean, Portugal's under threat, I suppose. He doesn't want to upset him, but yeah, I'm not convinced. Meanwhile, France loses Smyrna. There's engagement here between Russia and England in the north, although it could be arranged given that Munich supported Baltic back into Berlin there. They could be going for like a shared
It could be.
Oh, well, actually, now England's got to worry about Jamal because Greece is there, Trieste is there. I mean, he could take back Berlin. But,
Berlin is there, Portugal is there when he wants it, Tunis is there when he wants it. Like,
that's
the issue. You let Jamal get a little too strong, gets to pump up another fleet in the north. Like, it's very, very dangerous now. Okay, Jamal slides into the Baltic, bounces in Denmark, is in position where they can get Greece. They're in position to potentially take Trieste. It is a very, very interesting world. I see, depending on what the time limit is, the solo is possible. This is brutal.
For
who? For Jamal. I don't think Shane can get where he needs to be fast enough without someone throwing to him.
He would probably need Norway and Sweden.
Right, without a very quick way to get it.
There we are.
Game over. Yeah, everyone's like, let's not get too crazy here. Let's pump the brakes. Like, we don't need to give Jamal a solo.
So Jamal finishes up his 17 center first round performance with a 15 center second round performance. 36.4523 pi, whatever it is, and 36.5 here in the second round. Odds-on favorite going into the third round? Probably.
Yeah.
But we have a new analyst to join us. He is in the background analyzing this one. Welcome to Adam Silverman.
Hello.
So you joined us for round two. Jamal looks pretty good in that game.
Isn't this a pretty normal thing to be saying about any tournament that Jamal is participating in? Is there any surprises here so far?
No, none at all. So this is what he did in round one. This is what he does in round two. So we will see. But the tournament is not over. Solos, I believe, get you 55. So there's plenty of time for someone to have a good second round board, which Adam's going to help us cover the next one. And in round three, solo in round three has a chance, and there's 4 boards in round three. So we will get to it. Karthik, I think it's your turn for a break. Take a break, and we'll kick him out here, and then we will transition into the next board. With Adam here, we've got a wardrobe change to get even more Irish for St. Paddy's Day weekend. With that, we're going to go to round two, board two, Crackers. We've got Alan Thompson with a good board in round one. Joshua Crowther playing his third board of the tournament. Zoe Cameron back again. Shane Cubis, Casey McAllister, Nancy Ginn. Nancy had a nice board in round one. And Evelyn Marshall playing in their first board this weekend. Adam, you are first timer for this tournament. Let's have Wardy do 1901, do the odds, and you'll take the evens. Onward.
Okie doke. I think this is what we call the Churchill opening from England. Perhaps going to give Russia something to think about. Although Moscow holds, doesn't go north despite the DMZ in Galicia, as Warsaw goes to Ukraine. Trieste goes to Venice, which is not something you see very often. I think it used to be more popular, but normally as part of the hedgehog. This would be 2/3 of the southern hedgehog, I guess. This one. And it's not in a position. Italy, I don't think, is in a position to blow it up. Oh, yes, they are. They could. It could be a play to pop that Austrian fleet, I suppose. Turkey drags the Ankara fleet over to Con, anticipating perhaps an attack from Italy. Nancy resists the Australian temptation to open Sevastopol to Romania, but doesn't like Black Sea, just holds in Sev.
Not yet.
France doing a part run away from Belgium.
Yeah, the Italy Austria thing is fascinating, and I think the other thing that strikes my eye is the Rome to Tuscany. That's not a move that happens on its own, right? There's always a reason for that, because it's not unheard of, but it's unusual. Yeah, and you called it, Wardy.
There we go. But no build for Italy, because they don't. Perhaps so torn between taking Tunis or taking Greece, they take neither. So I can only think that must have been a misorder. That doesn't really make a lot of strategic sense to me. France doing the what do you call it? The hop to Portugal, the Lisbon leap. There we go, and taking Spain. All very friendly to Germany, but still in MAO. So maybe keeping the option open to go after England, who don't manage to get into Belgium because they're bounced out by the Germans, who also tap North Sea, which is not something you see very often in 401 by Germany. Normally it's a bit more passive from Fleet Denmark, but yeah, very interesting board. I wonder what's going to happen. Black Sea now. So we'll see if that was arranged or not. Russia getting support into Romania from both Austria and Turkey.
This is about as FG friendly that you could possibly see in 1901, right? Germany forgoes covering Munich in order to tap Belgium to keep England out. So very, very FG.
And with the builds, you see Fleet Brest, Army Marseille. It'll be interesting to see if they run the fleets up north. Standard builds for Germany, North Coast for Nancy. So,
what has Joshua done? Even Russia's out for him.
Well,
the Army Marseille build is interesting. Normally, you'd expect to see Paris here, so that you have the option for Burgundy or Picardy. If you're going to be really going up for going after England, you want to get that army up into Picardy, have the immediate play on Belgium. Marseille, if you're working with Germany, is a little bit less friendly because it's got to go through Burgundy to get up there. So we'll see.
What do we get out of it, Adam?
Yeah, so that's interesting. So Marseille holds, and they convoy the Portugal army back up to Brest. This is an interesting choice that Zoe makes here, and I think Zoe must have done something really good diplomatically. I mean, clearly she did, because England is going into Skagerrak and out to the North Sea, and not to the Channel at all. Normally, England would just support themselves. France would just support themselves to the English Channel here and play it safe to make sure they get it. So that's really nice negotiation on Zoe's part. Meanwhile, Germany goes into Belgium and moves into Helgoland Bight. Russia, with that North Sea fleet, kicks England out of Norway. Of course, that allows it to retreat to the Barents, which gives Russia a little bit of a guess in the fall whether to cover St. Petersburg or not, because they moved Moscow south instead of up to St. Pete. Elsewhere, the AR looks pretty tight right here. They are making the attack on Bulgaria. It looks like that will go, stranding the Turkish army in Greece. And Italy is in the Tyrrhenian Sea, which is sort of interesting. I think they probably want to convoy Tuscany into Tunis, but of course that's going to risk getting a Turkish fleet into the Ionian. So we will see. I think maybe what they could have done here was move Venice down to Apulia so that they could convoy while still retaining the Ionian. But let's see how that goes for them.
How often, Adam, would you have gone after Russia here as England?
Well, it's interesting. The move to Skag could be an attack on Russia, but it also could be an attack on Germany, right? You're kind of taking a guess here whether to go to Helgoland or Skag if you're going to be fighting. Germany. Usually, Germany's going to go to Helgoland here, and they might, support themselves from Denmark, right? Which is why the move to Skag, at least, if you really do want to go all out on Germany, it gives them something to guess about. So it doesn't look unreasonable to me if you think maybe you can strike some agreement with France, right? Even if you're letting them into the channel, maybe you just say, okay, you go to the channel, you use that to secure Belgium. We do that whole thing, and I go against Germany, and I'm going to show you that I'm doing that. Now, to do that without moving Edinburgh down to Yorkshire was, I think, a big risk. But so England guesses wrong in the north. They opt to try to retake Norway rather than going to St. Petersburg. So Russia wins out on the guess and will build from Norway. And Germany manages to take the North Sea. Zoe advances into Wales. I'm assuming that's a convoy. It's hard for me to tell. And North Atlantic. Yeah. So this is just this is going to be, I think, a very very effective takedown of England if everybody sticks to their guns. It looks like they are all on board for doing that. And let's see. Italy does take Tunis with their fleet. Turkey is playing nice, which kind of makes sense because they're trying to sort things out on their own side of the board. And Russia has switched sides and tried to sneak into Serbia, which I don't know. I mean, if this is a stab, I don't know. I mean, that was not. I guess is that Turkey supporting them in? What is Greece doing?
Sports rum to Greece.
Oh, okay. Sports rum to Greece. It's probably a typo. It probably was a misorder. So they thought Greece was supporting them in. So I guess in that context, it makes some sense. But anyway, Russia switches sides very quickly. So now it looks like it's an RT against Austria, and Italy. We'll see what they're doing.
So that means Austria gets a rebuild. If they had ordered correct, if Greece had ordered correctly, that would have kept Austria down at 3 units.
Correct. Yeah. So they'll get to rebuild in Trieste. So that's good for Austria's chances in at least defending a little bit here. I think I'd like to see Italy doing a little bit more here. The self-bounce in Greece, in Venice,
They found their fourth center though, so that's a start.
They've got the center. They've got their 2 fleets. You really got to think about: am I going to join in the pile-on Austria here? Am I going to try to prop up Austria? But that army in Tuscany isn't doing a lot of good for either of those efforts right now.
All right, so the rebuild. Italy gets the first build in. Army Warsaw comes down. Fleet Barents goes away. Germany pressing the attack, Wardy.
Yeah, they managed to get an army onto the island, getting into London with the help of the French, which is good because they can at least get a centre. That's quite generous of Zoe keeping her ally on side there, because when France has a couple of fleets and an army there on the island, and Germany hasn't got anything, then they're sort of on the back foot. So keeping Shane on side, allowing him to pick up London. I thought the English pool was interesting. Why they've left Skag on the board and it can't go anywhere. It's not trying to do anything, not even trying to hit north. Not that it would have done anything, but interesting decision from Joshua there. Austria with that build, or that rebuild, has allowed them to defend both Serbia and Budapest this turn. It'll be interesting to see what these green and black units hovering nearby do to send that one way or the other.
Let's see it. There wasn't a whole lot of movement in the spring. In the fall, keep going, Morty.
Edinburgh falls. London has fallen. Skagerrak does move this time, but nothing doing. They're just in Liverpool now. Very passive there from the French armies. Oh, hang on. Was Brest supposed to convoy to Wales?
Oh, yeah.
It looks like a miss.
Yep.
But I mean, I don't think England is about to rise from the dead.
I think the only reason you I don't know any reason you convoy to Wales there. Actually, that's you're not. It's not where you want to be if you're going to move on Germany next. It's not where you want to be if you're killing England. I think it's the right thing. I don't know why. I mean, maybe she ordered it from English and just decided to call it a misorder to kind of Germany.
Oh God, silly me! It's still there.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe. Oh, somehow I missed the fact that Silesia was just sat next to undefended Berlin.
Yeah, an undefended Berlin.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So that's a big deal, right? Because now Germany is not going to build, which means that, and Zoe is going to build, right? So that's really interesting. She's not really in a position to move against Germany, but she does have to make a choice now. And I feel like, I don't know what you think, Wardy. I think swinging south would not be the right move here. I think more the question is, do you build? Well, you're going to build an army, I guess, because you're not going to build an army, a fleet in Marseille. But I don't know that you want to swing south yet. I think working with Russia is a better play. I
think that probably overpowers Turkey if you start chipping away at Italy. And this German position isn't great.
No.
Whereas the French position is pretty solid. I suppose it depends if you feel you can work with Russia. Were you suggesting going after Russia or working with Russia against?
Working with. I mean, if anything, I wish that I could build another fleet because I can, maybe do something more effectively that way. I mean, maybe I don't have to make a decision yet. I can take Liverpool and get a second build, and then drop the hammer in 1905.
Yep. Brest.
Yeah.
Everyone has watched Jamal play too much and waves a build here, so that is.
I don't think I would wave. I think I would still put an army down, and but
she did wave.
She did wave.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it was necessary, but I mean, I don't hate it. I probably would have said, why don't you just put down an army in Marseille or Paris, and probably Marseille in this case, and just, go that way. Why are you convoying to Wales, though, Zoe? Okay. Well,
she is going after Russia, although not very fast.
Yeah, but look at what's happening here, Wardy. Belgium is trying to convoy to Denmark. Like, she's getting Shane way out of position in what she's doing. So is she actually going after Russia, or is she just engulfing, getting everything in place to do something? Because I mean, I guess you could kick Russia out of Scandinavia here, but why? You'll get that later, right?
Yeah. I mean, she could take London, I suppose. Here, London, and use
maybe it's maybe that's something. So Germany did put England into Denmark, which is interesting. I think really what you're going to do though is
Russia put England into.
Sorry, Russia put England into Denmark. That's really interesting. I mean, Zoe's going to take Liverpool here, obviously, and then she's got to make some choices. So if it is Germany next year, yeah, maybe you do just take London here, especially if you think Russia's going to take Berlin back. Or you can put Italy in Munich for a turn. Which giving Italy a build here isn't a terrible thing, since Italy is basically holding back Turkey, right? So that's not bad for you either to give Italy the dot. Just elsewhere in the east, the RT continues to roll. Greece is trying to take Serbia and does take Serbia. So that's a +1 potentially for the Turks here.
Yep, they stopped the 2-on-2 gamble, focused on the one they could get, and they do get it.
But can they keep it? Can they keep it? Can they keep it is the question.
Yep, the retreat to Albania is fun to see, and they do keep it.
They do keep it. All right, so let's see. Zoe is still playing nice with the Germans. They are working with the Germans against the Russians.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a way to clear Belgium and Holland from having any armies there. So I think it's quite interesting. The Germans put the English into Sweden. This is just a really bad turn for Russia. I assume it's not what they were necessarily expecting to happen. But, you know, they do retake Berlin, but they lose Scandinavia. They're really going to be hurting in the north now. I think the choice of retreating Sweden to Skagerrak is interesting. It's probably the unit that ends up getting pulled because you really don't want to keep a fleet in Skagerrak. I might have been thinking about retreating it to Bothnia and keeping that instead of Barents, but I think well, let's see what actually happens. Furthermore, in the east, I think there's not a whole lot. I think Russia is now sees the writing in the north, so brings Ukraine back to Moscow as a defensive army, and Russia and Turkey is growing. This is a good turn for Turkey.
I guess the one positive is Berlin is retained. So
yeah, so it's only one pull for Russia. This is not the end of the world at all for them. It just might be the end of their presence. Oh, it's -2. What else did they lose?
2 up. They do lose to up north. Berlin was theirs already. So
correct. Okay, so they lost 2. Right, they did. They owed Berlin. Yeah.
Those 2 are Barons. They do keep Skagerrak though, so very interesting.
Yeah. So you know, Germany's now playing short. Zoe makes the Fleet Brest Army Paris build, which is probably not the builds you're going to make if you're swinging south. So I suppose this could be, I'm going to take some Scandinavian dots, but the Scandinavian dots, who owns those now? Wait, they're German. So what are you doing now, Zoe, if you're not attacking Germany?
I mean, but doesn't Italy, if you were Italy, wouldn't you be inviting France down here now because you're about to lose Ionian?
Yeah, I mean, if you could say bring one fleet down to help me out, I guess that's true. But if
in which case you would have wanted to have seen Fleet Marseille, right?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of 6 one way, half the dozen the other, right? Because if you're going out to Western Med or something, it's still
yeah.
But Marseille might be better because you can get to Tyrrhenian from there faster. Or Zoe may not have been thinking about that, but yeah, if you're Casey, maybe you're inviting one. You know, I think, I mean, you know, Turkey probably would have had some diplomatic space, or Italy might have had some diplomatic space with Turkey to try to get them to turn on Russia here, right? Given how much Russia is getting crushed in the north. I think it's your turn, Morty, for the play-by-play.
So in the south, Turkey is repositioning to take more stuff, moving those armies, like daisy chaining up Albania, Serbia, Bulgaria to have play on Budapest and possibly Trieste with Russian help, bringing Smyrna out to Eastern, so they have Ionian Sea guaranteed next turn if indeed they want it. In the West, Germany is almost being just pushed forward against Russia here by France. They back into Berlin. They're into Finland. They're into Denmark with that convoy. Is that Russian Skagerrak is supporting this Edinburgh convoy into Norway? Perhaps that's Zoe just saying, "Oh, I'm stabbing," and getting Russia to make suboptimal orders. Perhaps this is going great guns for Zoe Cameron. Out into MAO, and the follow-up from Paris to Brest is interesting to me. This has John Jameson written all over it, but I'm not sure why that's a good thing.
This is just like diplomatically beautiful play by Zoe, right? It's not what you would necessarily see as sort of the logical progression just by looking at the board itself. But if, you know, your neighbor is willing to put you in dots that are further advanced and they're willing to move all of their units forward on the line and leave their whole back open, where you have no threat. I mean, look, Zoe has nothing anywhere near any dot that she owns. I mean, the North Sea, but otherwise nothing is anywhere near her. The German armies are all going the other way. I mean, this is just beautiful position for her. No enemies at all.
Is this the kind of play that could be considered for contention for the best Shane Cubis awards, do you think?
I feel like Shane might be winning it right now, because if I was ever to think about Shane Cubis type play, we're seeing it in Germany. This is like exactly the sort of play you'd expect from someone who is trying to emulate Shane Cubis.
Excellent.
And Adam, here's your third French army going north.
Oh, goodness gracious. You know, it's just like we travel through England to go anywhere, right? I mean, it's we're not actually vacationing there. We're just sort of like passing through.
Cardiff is very popular, apparently. What we got? Liverpool, after a convoy to Norway, goes to Edinburgh. There's I guess, an arranged bounce as they try and move the Norwegian army into St. Petersburg, but that doesn't go, if I'm reading that correctly. MAO does come into Wes just as Italy loses their grip on Ionian. It's an awkward position to defend from here, though. Perhaps would Naples been a better retreat and then pull France forward into Tyrrhenian, maybe? But meanwhile, Russia gets Budapest with help from Turkish Serbia, despite the attempted cut by Bulgaria. We have France growing and pushing Germany in front of them, and Turkey growing and trying to push Russia forward as well.
Yeah, this looks like a race between France and Turkey. I'm excited to see how it turns out, because both positions are very strong right now with very minimal resistance for either of them. I think Turkey is obviously going to face some resistance in Italy, but the position, as you pointed out, Wardy, it's super awkward in Italy. There's going to be a lot of guesses which Turkey is likely to win over time, and the Austrian position is just going to collapse. Russia probably isn't getting any stronger due to the loss of position in the north. Really, really interesting.
All right, let's get you guys to the winter. Army Kiel, Fleet Marseille. So finally the chance to push south, and that is it. Adam, spring 1906.
And indeed, we are pushing all the way south. It's interesting. I'm not sure I like this 3-fleet committal down there. I think the 2 fleets is probably sufficient, and I would have liked to see her keep another fleet in the north just to have up there. I'm not sure how long this game goes, but I think at some point unless she's just decided I'm gonna play this out with Shane. Like, if she wants to go for a big top here, at some point she will have to make a move. These go around 1908, something like that. Yeah. So you're getting to the point where you probably need to be thinking about doing something. Maybe not till 1907, but it's going to be harder to do if you're pulling all your fleets south. Up in the north, she does. Gosh, it's hard to tell. Is that that Norway?
Norway to St. Petersburg.
Norway's taking St. Petersburg. Okay. They're still using help from the English. They're destroying the Russian fleet using the remaining English unit. And Germany is continuing to plow east, which again, I think, Zoe still has all the units on the board moving against her, moving in the other direction, I should say. In the east, I think we're seeing exactly the problem with this position in the south, which is that there were some guesses and Turkey guessed right immediately. Getting that army into Apulia really makes things a lot more difficult for Italy right now. They will be able to cover Venice, right? Everything is covered right now, but it's really going to put a strain on them, especially when wait.
What a turn.
Especially when Turkey, it pushes into Trieste, but that may be further away than we expect, considering Turkey just dropped the hammer down onto Russia, and takes Budapest and Romania, is in a great position to maybe in a great position to hold them if they keep the Austrians on side. I think the only thought I have here is maybe if you're going all out against Russia here, maybe you don't want to be convoying into Apulia, but rather be keeping that army into Serbia or something like that, so you can make sure you can hold on to Budapest, Romania, if Austria suddenly changes sides real quick, which often happens in these kinds of positions. But wow, that's a great turn for Turkey, and also makes me think that, you know, Zoe may need to do something take some German dots if she wants to be able to catch up.
I mean, well done, Alan. It's got to be said. He's just seen his position just
Yeah.
the walls close in on him for the last few years. He could have just wandered into an open Venice for the last couple of years, and has resisted that temptation. He clearly hasn't given up on the diplomacy. Has offered a stab route for Turkey, and now he's got a bit of breathing space.
Does retain it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of a clever move by Casey and Zoe here, that they've destroyed that Turkish army in Apulia, which actually is big news for them, right? Getting rid of it really quickly. That's super helpful towards giving them some flexibility. It's also super helpful for Zoe if she decides to do something later down there. But in the interim, we get the Turks get Sev. The Russians walk back into Rum. They keep Budapest while making an attack immediately on Trieste. That's interesting. Seems like if you're Turkey here, maybe you want somebody to be your friend, and that's not a good way to get the guy who just supported you into the Russian dot to stay as your friend.
Well, even if it had worked, Adam, that would have just been a retreat into
Serbia. Into Serbia, yeah. Which thank goodness for them that it didn't work, because that actually would have been much more annoying. So
Adam, you missed it. It's not called a retreat anymore. It's called the second go phase.
There you go.
+3 for Evelyn, though. Three-way tie at 8 for winter 1906.
Yes, yep. And Shane gets to build another army. So the question really is, you know, who can win this race? What do you think, Wardy?
If Zoe is willing to make a move, I think Zoe has the best path to a lone top. Turkey's got a bit more crops to cut through.
Yeah, and I think the thing that makes this very hard now is Zoe's overcommittal in the Med. I think she only needed 2 fleets down there, and I think the third one is good. Having the third one south rather than north makes it harder, right? She can, in theory, make a move in the fall and then build another fleet in Brest to make sure she doesn't lose the English Channel. But this does make it a little bit harder than if she had something sitting around up there. I agree with you, though. I think that if she wants to make a move, she could. Does not look like, based on the spring, that anyone other than Turkey is doing a whole lot here, though.
Well, she's moved away from Belgium, which is the only place that she could have got a build in order to jump into the channel and really put the hammer down. But so maybe. Oh God! I mean, where is the growth?
You have to want it, right? You have to want it. And it doesn't look like she wants it. Turkey should be able to, well, we'll need another year, I guess. Again, I think this was the problem with that convoy to Apulia and getting that advanced army, right? Getting that advanced army blown up is now it takes them a while to get their position refilled, right? So they still can't go and just start taking Russian centers. In fact, here they walked out of Sev. They probably can retake Romania continue losing Sev. So they're not going to grow either, it looks like.
Also, the only one, Trieste is perhaps there soon, but then, I mean, this is a very passive position from Austria there. At least You might get, especially given that Evelyn has just had a go at Trieste. Maybe try and walk into Budapest or Serbia. This suggests there's some.
In what world do you?
Whoa,
not do?
whoa!
Yeah, of course you do. In what world would you not do write those orders, right?
Wow. Okay. Hello.
Of course, the spring negotiation. Of course, it's fine. Go attack Russia. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Beautiful.
Well done, Alan. Oh yes. Oh, good show. Budapest, Serbia. Okay, so I mean, this is Turkey's. Well, does this hand it back to FG? And Turkey's 2 down. I mean, what's your pull?
Yep. Now it's 8-8-6, but we continue. There's the. Well,
oh gosh!
Is it a stab?
One way and then the other.
North does the convoying here.
North convoys. That's not a stab.
What is going on?
Well,
is that an exchange for Warsaw? Well,
yeah. Yeah.
But why is Denmark going to Helgoland?
Western. All right. So Western gets into Tunis. Tunis gets to North Africa. So Italy has a free walk to Mid-Atlantic. Oh, this is great. Let's see what. So Tyrolia.
Turkey's upset with Austria either. So what?
No, everyone's happy over there. All right. So then in the fall, there's the walk. North goes to Channel. Norwegian goes to North Atlantic. France is moving the fleets further east, though, into Ionian.
Nobody wants to talk.
This is great. Russia now takes Romania. So Turkey, who was growing like a weed, is shrinking like Roundup got it. Livonia gets into Moscow. Oh, that's great.
Zoe's taking 2 here. She's going to be at 10, right? So Zoe doesn't need to stab her ally to win this right now. So
wait. All right, Adam, what's your guess? Where does Mid-Atlantic go? I go Irish. Come on, Irish.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, blocked by the Channel.
But a retreat to Portugal's okay. I'm okay with that if I'm Italy.
Marseille to Lyon, though. Yeah, Marseille to Spain would have been the one they could have.
We other things that we can see on this board are France potentially taking Smyrna, while France walking into Smyrna while Russia walks into Ankara. What happened to Turkey? How did the Turk? I feel like I blinked for a second while Wardy was regaling us with his stories of this board, and Turkey's position just.
Oh, good lord!
Turkey does not keep Trieste, but
they get Vienna.
France does get. France does get Smyrna.
Goodness. And does Norway convoy to Gascony? It does.
No, Spain.
Spain. It does. Sure. Why not?
With support, too.
With support.
This game's mental.
France picks up Naples. Let's see. Venice gets into Piedmont.
Like 2 minutes ago, I was saying, well, France hasn't got any growth left at all. They've just taken Smyrna and Naples.
In Moscow. Yep.
I'm at a loss here. This was great.
This is so we have this ice cream shop that they call the Rainbow Cone, and this looks exactly like the Rainbow Cone with the colors dazzled all around.
Turkey is down to 3, and their centers are Cannes, Greece, and Vienna. When was the last time you saw that?
Not for a while.
Turkey did have a great opportunity there to just stamp the authority. Given that Zoe wasn't moving on Shane, Evelyn did have a great opportunity there to just stamp their authority on the game, and they just they overstretched themselves.
Yeah, that point, Adam, make it again. That convoy. What does it mean to be compact versus spread out?
Well, I think this is one of the unique. Maybe it's not unique to Turkey, but I think one of the big challenges Turkey faces more than other powers in this game is the cost of getting units forward is much greater for Turkey because you are so far from the front when you have to rebuild them further back, right? So certainly the loss of that army in Apulia and then having to rebuild it back in Smyrna or wherever, Cannes. That's now three seasons away from getting somewhere helpful, right? And I think that the mistake that Evelyn made was when she made the decision, when they made the decision to make the move on Russia. I had no problem. I thought that was a good move, but I think you needed to commit to it in a way that they didn't quite do that while they were still convoying into Apulia, right? That's the point where you say to Italy, okay, I'm in Ionian, I'm staying here. You defend as you need to, but I'm not coming any further. I'm going to build some diplomatic capital with you so that, you can say, cool. Or maybe you don't even say anything to Italy that turn, but you don't start, pounding stuff into Italy when you're about to make your big stab on your ally.
I mean, you don't normally see a late Turkish implosion like that.
That was very unusual. But, a lot of it made sense given, they had to make some choices after getting the units out of place. And then, Alan was just much more aggressive, I think, than Turkey was expecting and managed to get back into the game, which is a nice credit to Alan's play in Austria.
Kevin, can you just pop back to, I think it was 403.
No, there's a better way to do this that Brandon has in the thing, but I don't know how to do it. 403 was this one?
Oh, maybe it was 402. It was the Greece that Greek misorder. It'll be interesting to see that the game could have been very different, and Turkey might have had an unassailable position had that order been written correctly, because then Austria just collapses and they're not there to do that stab on Budapest and Serbia later on in the game. But Berry in the lead, great game from Zoe. I mean, certainly diplomatically, just getting everyone moving away from her.
Hey, let's give some credit to Shane Cubis as well, because Shane really kept Zoe on side this whole game. He was the one under pressure. He was the front lines there and managed to keep his managed to keep his ally from stabbing, right, by continuing to move his ally forward. Got a very respectable score as a result. 9 centers, 21 points, 21.7 points. Very respectable outcome in what was a pretty tough position in the mid-game here. So really a lot of credit there. This was super fun. A lot of weird stuff happened towards the end. Really enjoyed it.
I mean, a number of countries you can point here and say to any newcomers to the game, going, this is why if you're in a difficult spot at some point in the game, you should not give up.
Nope. Yep. Agree with that. So we got Crackers. Crackers gets us this. Board 3 gets us Cracker Jack. So we've got Karen McKernan, probably celebrating St. Patty's Day with me. We got Soyam Shindi. Apologize for that. I'm sure I just butchered. James Denholm, I think. That was round 1. So not 2 boards in this one. We got it was Turkey, I believe, in that first round. Darcy Morris back for more. In Germany, Cody Miller, Ed's favorite because of the Texan name of Cody, Henry Gray, and Tianyu. All right, we'll keep, speaking of Texas, it's good not to have any Longhorns on the cast here. We'll keep this one going.
Have we seen of Karthik?
Yeah, we're getting rid of Karthik for a while. Adam, go with the odds this time. Spring 1901.
All right. Hey, another Churchill opening for England with sending the army up to Edinburgh. Lot of EF trust, I guess, in these Australian games. That's great in the Melbourne games. France indeed does not go to the Channel, goes down to Marseille, goes Marseille to Spain and Paris to Gascony. Could this be another one of those? What is it? Lisbon Leap types of openings. We'll see. Germany is going to get a free moves since there's nobody in Tiroli or Burgundy. They move up to Denmark, Kiel and Ruhr. No bounce in Galicia. We've got the Warsaw holds, which is interesting to see. So they move Moscow into Ukraine, and then a Black Sea bounce with Smyrna following into Ankara. So basically standing still.
And to the fall, no Lisbon Leap.
No Lisbon Leap. We're going to go the south coast of Spain. This is like an old school French opening that we actually don't see that much anymore, where the fleet goes onto the south coast of Spain and the army goes to Portugal. very, very old school diplomacy. This was super common 15, 20 years ago. Doesn't happen that much anymore. I think, we don't see too many early French-Italian conflicts. This may not spell into one, but I think that it became less popular because it more creates a little bit of strife over the Western Med very early in the game. That isn't necessarily what we should expect here, though, because we have that Venetian army going to Trieste and the other army following up into Venice. So whether this is agreed or not is something we don't know, but we'll find out. Elsewhere, no bounce in Sweden. The English convoy into Belgium. They get German support, which they didn't need. And the Turks go up to Armenia and out to Khan, which is really interesting. Given that the fleet went into Romania rather than the army. To me, this would make me unsurprised if we see a fleet Ankh build, but otherwise I don't know why you go to Armenia here, unless it's just let me keep Russia honest, but I'm not attacking. I don't know. The Turkish build will be telling.
I think that was probably the idea because of that move to Con. But if you're Turkey and you see this from Italy, you'd be tempted to change tack, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, I guess, why not just go Ankh to black if that's what you're going to do? Because you're either in the Black Sea, you bounce the Russians out, and you build Khan, and you're in the same position. So I think you're probably right, and this was kind of hedging. And there you go, Fleet Smyrna. I think it was probably hedging based on what you see the Turks do. And I think if you think
Fleet Stev.
Well, that's not what you wanted.
Yeah.
Fleet Marseille. So the Italian attack might be on for the French. This is 15 years ago. I remember first starting to play by email. This was my opening, I think, every single time as France.
So is this a Western triple type of thing? I mean, everything is somewhat supportive of that, other than the German army in Rurb. So we'll see if we'll know very quickly if there's at least some sort of early kind of Tripoli type of thing going on. But yeah, it's hard not to see how France and Italy scuffle here, which means it's could be ripe for an EG maybe.
Yeah, because North could drop down and backfill with Edinburgh, that sort of thing, but it doesn't. I'm not familiar with James Denham, but he when he was in Turkey in the previous round, he did open Smyrna to Con, so maybe he's a fan of old school openings.
Yep.
That could be arranged in Burgundy, but given that Munich didn't assist it, maybe it's just some hygiene. Is this a Western triple? We haven't really seen one in this tournament thus far. But then they go nowhere. Nothing German moves. England's on the move, up trying to make a move on St. Petersburg. It makes me feel that at least if you're in this position as Russia, self-bounce against, do a scissor cut on Norway or something. At least they can't backfill immediately. At least it buys you another year. Yeah. They're under attack in the south as well, losing Romania. That gets pushed out into Black Sea. Con, if they're doing this, really needs to order to black. I don't understand this at all. Blow that fleet up. What is this? Tianyu. Now you've got an angry Russian fleet in the Black Sea. Unless this is some sort of play to get Austria out of position, but it doesn't look like a strong one if that's what it is.
These are just incredibly passive moves in a lot of places. This board is like very aggressive moves by the Austrians, the French, the English, and then super passive by the Germans and the Russians here, right? Russia didn't even try to go to the Black Sea here. I mean, they end up in the Black Sea, to your point, Wardy, because they got dislodged, and the Turks didn't prevent them from doing this. But oh goodness gracious,
the second go phase.
Good news. I'm still stuck on the turn, but yeah, look at this. I'll let Wardy talk through this.
I don't want to.
The reason for piffing that fleet would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you should have gone con to black and not.
Well, it's also why you shouldn't be dotting your ally in Austria here.
Yeah, I mean,
ally.
Okay, I mean,
maybe
why are you going to Greece here? I mean, maybe Austria offered it, but if Austria offered it, why are you not doing something in Bowl? I don't.
Yeah, this is so. The tactics has been. Look, Tian Yu has been on a top board. He knows how to play this game. Maybe it was just time pressure or whatever, or just sometimes you just don't see something sort of obvious when it's right.
It looked good at the time, right? I mean, we've all been there.
Unfortunate. Germany's making a move against Russia. They can take Sweden next year. That could have been this turn if they'd have moved in spring. This time, Paris does get into Burgundy.
Well, last time it was the English supporting the Germans. Now it's the English supporting the French into Burgundy. That's interesting. Also, I want to make a correction on my comment about Bulgaria going to Greece. This is clearly arranged with Austria. Austria is taking 2, so they're giving one of the dots to Turkey. So I take that back about stabbing your ally, because Albania could have covered that if they want to. They're clearly letting the Turks walk in. The mistake was really just dislodging the Black Sea and letting it give it a free retreat into your Bulgarian center.
Yeah.
Albania holding is quite interesting. Either the attack on Trieste is to take back what was yours and you're not mad about it, or it could have been an Ionian. We will see. Builds Vienna, Venice goes, and that is it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super awkward position for Russia, so they should be able to take whatever they need now.
They blow it up now, at least.
Yeah, they can retake Bulgaria, take Sev. So I mean, it's still a win for Turkey. It's just kind of an awkward. It just creates a more awkward position. The exciting part of this, though, is that Austria is now in the Ionian, but it looks like they're probably there to help the Italians, since they're moved Trieste to Serbia, not to Venice or Tiroli or something like that. They're actually in no position to even make a move on Italy from here. In the West, it is a Western triple. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to just leave it at that.
It's not.
I'm sorry.
It's not progressing all that.
I just vomited a little bit in the back of my throat.
Why is Munich
against AIT?
No, I mean, the Western triple is. I mean, it's okay. I think what really happened here is that. France making those really aggressive early moves against Italy meant that they were not going to be able to help England or Germany against the other. And England said, I'm going to secure Scandinavia, and I'm not going to work against France while they're just locked in the south. And so Germany said, well, then I'm going to just go get Sweden and see where this game goes. And that's why you have a, 3-year Western triple. This is almost an organic Western triple, if you will. I mean, I sort of have obviously we don't know what was said in conversation, but I also sort of have doubts that they kind of went into a room and said, let's Western triple, because those were not super Western. They could have been a lot more aggressive if that's what they wanted to do. I think this just emerged organicay.
Yeah, cooperation more than, yeah.
Yeah, it might just play out for a couple turns. I don't know that it's necessarily a yay Western triple kind of thing. Interesting. I was gonna wonder for a moment whether the Italians and the French were trying to disentangle, but I guess not. It sure doesn't look like it, unfortunately for them. I think this is not going to be productive for either of them. Elsewhere, it looks like Germany's a big winner here. England's a big win. Germany's going to be building 2 from Warsaw, and Sweden. England's going to be building. They are taking St. Pete, right?
No.
No.
Not
Oh, I
this-
see. Finland. I see. So actually, Germany's the big winner. They're putting down 2, and England's putting down nothing, and France is putting down nothing. That's interesting.
I mean, that's what you want as Germany when you're working with both England and France.
Yep.
That's what a Western Triple's supposed to be. Give Germany the builds. Push them forward. Army Ankara to be able to convoy over Army Budapest and Livonia, Finland off the board. Spring 1904 Wardy.
What we got? England into St. Pete. That's the West. Berlin does advance forward. Warsaw's knocked out, retreats to Livonia. So Russia does seem to have some cooperation now with their recent attackers. Although with those Turkish armies coming, that may or may not last. This is AIT with a potential one army R against this WT. Could be just a battle on the line now. Very passive from Germany again. More worried about Holland than they are about this movement to the line. How do they defend Munich and Berlin here? Have they got a guess now, or are they okay?
Nah, Tiroli is going to go back to cover Venice, so it should just be
Right.
1-on-1.
Yeah, I don't know why Tyrolia tapped Munich there rather than covering Piedmont, and Trieste could have followed into Tyrolia there, right? So I don't know why they did it that way. And similarly here, I don't know why Trieste is supporting Tyrolia to Venice rather than walking up to Tyrol, just swapping positions, right? Tyrolia can go to Venice, Trieste follows into Tyrolia, and that's a better position. Worst case, Venice gets bounced and nothing happens, but in the best case scenario, now you're in much more of a strong position to hold things back.
Yeah.
Well done, Henri. He senses that he's going to get hit by AT and get eliminated from the game. Gets German help to not only and English help, not only keep Moscow, but to regain Warsaw to stay on 2. Italy and France have come to some sort of agreement. No, there was.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, it certainly looks like it. You got the Marseille to Tuscany looks like it's a joke. So
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So Leon had to cover Tuscany. The Tiz didn't have to go. Didn't go there, but if I were Italy, I would have wanted a little bit more movement away by the French fleets, I think.
Well, I'm okay with the fleets. I want Piedmont gone though.
Yeah.
Right.
Fleet Liverpool, huh?
Woohoo!
Very, very Western Tripoli.
Well, there's an argument and this is the argument, right? Is if you're still fighting with the Italians, you need another fleet, and so if France isn't getting the build, it might as well be England's, and Liverpool going down and through Mao is more friendly, I guess, than London doing it, right? So, and that is whatever we just thought was agreed clearly was not agreed, right?
Ionian Hold is interesting. Not trying to advance. Maybe Italy doesn't want it in Tyrrhenian, but not getting out of the way either. So that's interesting.
Well, when you don't have an enemy in Turkey. I just want to keep rolling through at this point because so Turkey takes Warsaw, as Moscow defended itself. St. Petersburg is holding, but they lost the German army in Livonia of support. So Ukraine stays open. Not anymore. Turkey will maintain Warsaw here. The Turkish fleets are finally starting to move south. Ionian takes Naples, so there is a little bit of an attack.
Great defense by Russia this year, by the way. Bounced Ukraine, so they weren't surrounded, and then and did the brace. That's nice.
So, but they do lose one. Norwegian to North Atlantic, because that's not there to help the French defend against the Italians, who are just holding at this point. Pulls Tunis, builds Trieste.
Oh wow! I just completely missed. Austria just walked into Naples.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's such an odd. It's odd.
So 7. They have the board top at this point.
But Turkey is coming, right?
It's not a sustainable position, I don't think.
Why are you bouncing Turkey for my own if you're working with the Turks here?
What's going on there?
Why are you doing that?
Who knows? Irish forces Mid-Atlantic, but Mid-Atlantic moves. France moves all of their units this turn, moving forward into Trolia, Burgundy, Paris, Belgium convoys.
Someone didn't want to get bounced out by the Italian fleet in Wales. That could have ordered to Mao, I suppose.
Wow. All right, let's see if they attack, though. They do not, sadly.
Oh,
Western Triple is still on, except for North takes Holland.
No, they're going. They tried to take Munich. They have taken Holland. They
just slammed Darcy. I mean, they just slammed Germany, or at least
Norway to Sweden.
By they, I mean England. France tried to take Munich, but they didn't have enough power to do it.
Aegean to Greece. Maybe mad about that bounce last time. This is like true stop the leader syndrome type of thing. So Austria.
Well, Aegean to Greece is because Turkey's putting Austria in Warsaw.
Yeah, and Moscow got one here. So we're at, where are we at? England with the 2-dot stab on Germany takes the lead.
This is definitely continuing to look like a Western Triple. It now looks like a mid-game Western Triple, right?
Fleet London. I would not be happy if I'm France.
Yeah, why Fleet? Why are we building Fleet London?
Uh-oh.
That's why we're building.
But they're supporting them into Tunis.
I don't know. I don't know that they're attacking France. I'm not convinced they're attacking France.
Well, not if they put them in Tunis.
Holland goes down. Maybe an attack on Denmark. Probably. Who knows? St. Petersburg's trying to support Baltic into Livonia.
Yeah, but they just put the AT into Berlin and Munich. I mean,
Berlin just
Berlin was a walk-in. Yeah.
France puts Bohemia into Munich. So the attack is on Darcy. We've gotten that. So mid 1904 Western Triple in spring 1907.
Bud to Rum is pretty spicy too, huh?
Smyrna and Apulia.
Well, Smyrna and Apulia makes sense, but Bud to Rum I think is interesting.
Yeah.
That's got to be agreement. Bulgaria's got to be agreement. It's odd that Turkey would give that center at this stage of the game, but there's no way that's a stab.
Well, they're getting Naples, they're getting Venice, Berlin, Munich, Kiel.
Wow, how did that? I'm just like, how did this Western Triple turn out? I'm just checking.
So
this kind of looks like the two alliances are just arranging this a tidy up.
9986.
But Austria is playing too short.
Yes.
This is the way I play Austria. I play too short.
And France is in Galicia.
France.
I like the Peter Jürgen school of attempting to build in Serbia.
Oh my goodness, I like that. I like that Germany kept their fleet in Bosnia, though. That's fun.
Yeah.
So Adam, France gets its first build since 1901 in winter 1907. So this is why they met up with France. And it's Tunis. It's Tunis,
and we're building a fleet in Marseille. I think the fleet Marseille is an interesting choice.
You want to surround The English fleet whales back to London to defend.
Look at that. Bothnia making itself immediately useful, putting Turkey into St. Petersburg.
Lovely.
As you do if you're Germany in this position, right?
Nope.
I mean, you don't often see a French army in Ukraine. That's nice.
Not
Or-
with a six, not with a
Or
six,
Moscow.
not with a 6 cent of France. You don't.
Second game in a row, we've seen a French army in Moscow. Zoe starts it off. James and Ruhr makes it to Kiel with 3 supports. Tiroli is in Piedmont.
Cody stays alive by getting put back into Rome. Oh, maybe Turkey could have been a bit cleverer there and ordered to Naples, but
But so I am Bill.
England back at the top again.
So
Good race.
Kieran lost to center, yet still gets to build 2.
Fleet Liverpool.
And another fleet.
Snagged Portugal before the end of the game.
This is great. 9-8-8-8. Cody survives for a minute.
And we just lost Darcy. Yeah.
Ugh. Yes, we did lose Darcy on that one. Turkey gets Naples.
You're really trading dots here on both. You know, everybody's kind of cleaning up their own side of the line. I think really there's probably not a lot more to happen after these centers right here get traded unless somebody stabs, right?
No.
Now you've got Turkey cleaning up their side. You've got St. Petersburg back on the west side, and you've got Munich back on the west side. I mean, that's basically it.
Oh, why didn't Bohemia support Munich there?
Yeah, that is
Ooh,
odd. It doesn't matter because they're going to lose it eventually. I think the issue is that they lost Prussia. That's problematic.
Yeah.
So,
But just keep them
so
on.
it's losing Prussia is actually kind of a problem because now they're going to lose Berlin, and like, why is Budapest not in Galicia? Why is Serbia not in Trieste? You know, or Buda? You know, that's odd.
Yeah, but that at least gets you at 9997 because France was losing Moscow there, and if you'd have kept them out of Munich, they'd have had to pull one. Oof.
Yeah.
Bohemia would have been off the board.
They
in this scoring system, there's not like a massive topping bonus. So I think unless something wild happens at the end here, I think all 4 of these bigger powers are all going to be fairly pleased with their day's work.
Yeah. If something weird happens at the end of the game, like the first 9 years haven't been exciting enough.
Yeah. No, this looks like if they have time for the fall turn, it looks like they'll probably take Berlin here because they can support Munich. Yeah.
Yep.
And so that should be it.
And that gets it to 9-9 on the
9988. Well, the Western Triple beat the AT.
Fleet press.
England's thinking, excuse me.
Fleet press. Fleet press.
Oh, here we go. Well, here we go.
London. Walk into London for the win.
Yeah, they lost Kiel. The English took Kiel, though, and they took Berlin. So that's really
England can take Portugal. There you go.
Yeah. So they this is net win for England.
And Ukraine took Sevast. Oh no, they traded.
Yeah.
Oh no.
They took Bulgaria. Yeah, Bulgaria and Sev just traded.
There we go.
So England, Soham pulled it off. Very nice.
England's having a great tournament.
Bro,
Nice
beautiful.
work.
Beautiful.
I picked up 4 more points, and with the numbers being so low, those 4 points could have big impact. So
Very nice.
this was a fun one.
It was cool. Yeah, really interesting. Love the AT. Really well played AT. Like what the Western powers did. You know, they took advantage of the early play. Really cool.
Bring in Karthik here, who was watching that one in the background. That's probably the most exciting board we've had all tournament so far.
Yes, I mean, like the last 4 or 5 years look like a heart rate monitor, like with all the supply center charts. So like very, very fun.
Oh, good. All right. So what we've got. So this is the end of round 2. Our top 10 so far is, let's just ignore number 1. And then 2 through what do we got? Probably 4 get you there, and then the nice bunch of scores in 5 through 10. So James had 2 fun boards. Chan, you 2 fun boards. Shane gave a bunch of points back in that first round game too, I think.
So he must have got about 16 there in that first one. Yeah.
But overall pretty good. So let's see.
Captain Old School in fourth, giving himself a chance.
All right, we got 4 boards in round 3. Let us transition there right now. All right, into round 3. We'll give Wardy a break for the first board here for the Castle. We've got Terry Gao in Austria, Alan Thompson. Alan's had some fun games in England. Casey McAllister in France. Agoff, who took round 2 off, it seems like. We got him in Germany. Evelyn Marshall back after a fun Turkish performance 2 ago in Italy. Marcus Lone. Marcus, I think, took off round 2 as well. So Marcus is back. Darcy Morris in Turkey. Darcy's had a rough tournament. Let's see if even in 11th, so good scores, but just one center away each time, I feel like, from really turning those scores into bigger numbers. So keep Adam in the odd years. Let's go.
All right. In the West, we've got England going to the Norwegian and Northern Yorkshire. France opens to the Channel and Picardy, holds in Marseille. The Germans, again, pretty standard, moving up to Denmark, Ruhr and Kiel. Austrians go to Bohemia, haven't seen that, and hold in Trieste. So that's probably, I think, the most unusual thing here. That happens while the Russians move into Galicia. And there's the so-called Armenian fist bump with Smyrna and Sev bouncing in Armenia, allowing the Turks to get their fleet into Constantinople safely.
First Armenian fist bump of the tournament. Karthik, Bohemia. Interesting.
Yep, very interesting. I expect that the RT will probably roll pretty hard from this point going forward.
All right. See if you are correct on that.
Yep. So it's an interesting choice here, and one that I may not have made. Marcus chooses just to support with 3 into Romania instead of sending Galicia to Budapest and then supporting themselves into Rum. Maybe they want to preserve the Austrian relationship for a little longer and try to wait and see what happens. Italy, in the meantime, advances up into Tyrolia. I think Italy expects that Austria will not be able to survive, and therefore they may as well get their part of the pie. Speaking of Happy Pie Day yesterday, everyone. Then we have Mao and Marseille taking Portugal and Spain as normal. But what's very interesting is that Picardy takes Belgium, giving France 6 to begin. We've seen how well France can do last game while starting on 5 and then getting no bills for the rest of the game until 1907. Imagine what France can do on 6.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, in the North, Russia gets Sweden while the army is convoyed to Norway instead of the fleet like it's happened the past few times. So very, very fun start.
Yeah, I think a few things that strike me here. The English, they're convoying up to Norway. They don't actually need to support themselves in since the Russians didn't open north. So if they are going full force against the Russians, you often would see Norwegian go into Barents to really just make a very aggressive play of that. They may just not want to be that aggressive and want to leave more optionality open here. And seeing an Austrian unit move to Bohemia and then hold in the fall is a little bit disappointing. If you're going to go there, make that unusual move, you'd like to see it do something once it's there.
Mm-hmm.
2 armies for Germany, which is not typical, and definitely not typical for Goffey to have to choose that. But with Tyrolean Bohemia filled, maybe has to. France builds all three. Usually in the Australian meta, we see a wave or two there. Does not get them all out there. If you got the centers, you might as well use them. And North Coast for Marcus in react, maybe response to the army.
This suggests to me that France will push in on Germany and that England's going to dive bomb them with them. The only thing gives me pause is that it was a double fleet. But that just to me suggests that they're going after Italy here. I'd be very, very surprised if they go after England here, and I think it would be a mistake by them. In the South, though, we'll see what happens.
Take us through it, Karthik. Spring
Perfect. Yes. So England moves into Skagerrak hard. That's not entirely what I expected. I thought they were going to be diving in on the Germans. Instead, we seem to have England saying, hey, wait a second, I can have my cake and eat it too. Let me first take out Scandinavia, rule that with ease, and then after that, potentially dive bomb onto Germany. France pulls slightly back while then also moving into Lyon and Mid-Atlantic Ocean, setting up for an easy run on Italy here. But with a pullback from Belgium, loses some of the ability to attack Germany. Part of me wonders if this is becoming a Western triple. In the south, we have Russia taking Budapest finally off of the Austrians. We have Italy supporting themselves into Trieste. We have the failed convoy into Greece for the Turks, the one misstep by anyone in the south trying to attack Austria. So I think if I had to guess, RI will have a huge position and tempo advantage over Turkey, which will lead either both of Russia and Italy to choose to work together instead, or one of the larger powers trying to make a deal with one of the smaller powers and basically reducing the power of the other, but also having slower growth than they otherwise would have if they worked together. So I'm very curious to see what each individual party chooses here.
Adam, what's the likelihood of France going full bore north right now? Any chance?
Yeah, I think there's a chance, right? I mean, they're slow playing it, but I think they want to see where this goes. I mean, the hold in Brest is what's I think most interesting, right? They hold in Brest and they move Portugal to Mid-Atlantic, so that really means to me that they're keeping their options open. So I think they're just slow playing and trying to make a decision when they have to. Yeah.
Yep.
And then the decision they make is to go after Italy, which is perfectly reasonable in this scenario. But they had options, and now they're showing their hand.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a free walk to. Well, they're not going to have a free walk to Rome because Italy is going to build. But they're going to build two because they are in Vienna as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe this is more of a balance play. I think they probably are not likely to grow very quickly given this, but certainly it's a balance play. But it also forces Italy's hand. I think if France doesn't move in this direction, if they either stay still or stay put or move towards England, I think Italy does not come after France. So this is not what Italy wants. But they'll have to play that game. Meanwhile, in the north, England, while fighting for Skagerrak, just supports themselves back to Norway, which is little. I'm not sure. It's certainly not a very aggressive move by them. But Russia does hold Budapest, so they do have a build coming.
Right. I'm honestly surprised they didn't try to force Sweden.
Yeah.
Or and then go into Norway or something like that. I feel like that'd be a much more optimal use of their time. I'm curious to see what the English
maybe Goffi was demanding Sweden. Is Denmark supporting Sweden or is it the other way?
It is Denmark supported Sweden.
I'm wondering if either Goffi was demanding Sweden or just or he just said we're not doing that this turn, and so England said, okay, well, if we're not doing that, then I'm going back to Norway.
Right.
So.
To the builds, like you mentioned, Italy is picking up two. Venice and Rome are coming down. Austria pulls Silesia and Albania, and Army Moscow. Adam, spring 1903.
Yeah, so we're about to have another fleet med war, which again I think it's not great in the short term for either of them. It could be okay in the longer term, like we saw in the last game, that somebody eventually gets the jump. And I think it's probably not going to be to Italy's advantage, given that Turkey has 3 fleets in the Med right now. They're going to have to make some choices. Of course, that could change very quickly if somebody else changes sides. But Russia's not very likely to make a move on Turkey, given how much trouble they're having in the north from England. They're really just at the moment holding fast. But the fact that Andrew in Germany is supporting Sweden is certainly really interesting. And it will be interesting to see what his game ultimately is now that he's in Tyrolia.
Yep. I think you hit the nail on the head there. And now that we're in the fall, I really want to draw attention to the Russian-German cooperation. In my opinion, is one of the most powerful alliances in the game when done right. This is not how I normally see it done. Fall 1903, pulling Germany into Italian Vienna. But hey, when you're a Gothi, anything is possible, right? And then
let's highlight that one though. Carson.
Yes, but that was why I was about to say Gothi, anything is possible, because Gothi says, "I giveth and I taketh away." So despite working with Marcus in the south, Gothi finally says, "Okay, England, you can have Sweden now," and as a result, Sweden falls to the English. In the other parts of the south, though, Serbia finally is taken. Austria is dead for good. And we have a lots of bounces and support cuts in the south, which means that none of the fleets associated can move for now. And then Germany walks into Belgium. Part of me thinks this is by consent because the French just sit there and take it. I'd be surprised if it was anything else.
I'm sure it's consent. I think this is like the price for playing a Western Triple or whatever this is right now, right? I mean, I think that's just the price. And he says, well, you know what? You can disband Picardy. I need to be able to build a second fleet and another army if I'm going to go fight Russia.
100%.
No.
And there it is.
Pulls Picardy. I mean,
of course he does. Yeah.
I mean, Fleet Berlin could not be more of an obvious signal to that. Like, if he was in any way, shape, or form worried about it, it's Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, or Army Munich, Army Kiel. Fleet Berlin.
Before you advance, my question is, do we have German armies in Picardy and Burgundy right now?
With Gothi, you never know. I mean, that would be Brest and Paris right there. But I think Gothi will play nice and nice. So.
No, they're going to work together. They're going to work on Venice and Trieste.
Yeah. Is this me or Carl?
I think it's me. So I'll take this one. This is a really good rotation, I think, by the Turks, putting themselves in position to argue and fight for Trieste. It's going to be an issue now that Gothi has all the units he does have there. But at some point, Russia will probably be a little upset with how things went down in the north. But you think you say that, right? And then in the next breath, Gothi says, wait, you know how I denied you Sweden last year and actually helped the English into it? What if I give it to you back? Would we be good then? ? And if Gothi can pull that off, kudos to him. He is the world's best diplomat for a reason. At the same time, Marseille moves to Piedmont, which sets the French up for position against the south, basically creating this very, very dominant Western Treble paradigm, which I think is going to be very, very difficult to beat.
Isn't it a 50-50 guess on Belgium or Holland at this point? I can't imagine Alan's too happy with that.
I have no idea. I mean, I assume, but...
So Denmark supports Sweden again there.
Yeah. What a mad world. Other than that, nothing happens. Yeah, it's just all holds, but the hold in Sweden is beat by the sheer force of the English.
They both build one. Armies.
Sure.
And that is it.
Well, we didn't really come here to play diplomacy. We came here to... Okay. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, I think they just came here to mess with my head. I'm just confused.
I mean, if I'm Andrew Goff, I probably take this, but...
Yeah, absolutely.
21-point board top, pretty good. Wardy did say that he just needed a little break, so we will bring him back in after 4 years worth of coverage. You missed a whole lot.
Boiled sweet in my mouth. I wasn't ready for it to finish.
Well, we'll let you finish your meat pie or whatever you got going there.
Meat pie. Just,
Yeah, I think he just has a little sweet, a little toffee or something.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, rubber custard, nice.
Missed
I
that
just
one. All right.
finished my little custard creams.
Ooh.
All right, are we taking
nice,
a break
nice.
here?
You are taking a break here. We're kicking you off, and then you'll be back for the final 2 games here. We've got Karthik and Wardy who started off with us here. We're going to go to round 3, board 2.
Yep,
Those
just gonna
players.
Go to the bathroom while you do the transition or whatever. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll just take a break then. I wish I would have known that. Blah, 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 blah.
Romper stomper.
Oh, I missed the private chat. I should have done that. All right. Well, we'll transition then. Yeah, what's it about 10 to midnight?
Yep.
Yeah, we got an hour on you for a couple of
The
weeks.
glasses are on now. The glasses have replaced the contact lenses. So.
Yep. Yeah. This time of night, like you're staring at the screen so much, and it's like, oh. All right.
This has been super interesting. This tournament.
Yeah, this will be a good one. Oh, Peter didn't play the. No, he did play. He played that first round, or was he? No, he wasn't eliminated.
No, he was at Italy that was doing well, but just got crushed by the Jamal on the other side of the board. So he got survive.
Oh, and I wonder if maybe he played 2, and they.
I don't think he played round 2.
Yeah, no, maybe he's playing 2 in this round. That's why.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
This place is the one that wasn't a place.
Okay. Oh, yeah, because if there's 4 boards, maybe
Yeah.
there was a bit of double playing.
All right, I'll be right back.
Alan Thompson playing 2 boards as well.
Oh, yeah, he was just on that last one. Oh, and that could be why that one ended early if people were trying to focus on the other boards, maybe.
I'm back.
He's just nipped off.
Mm.
How are you doing, Carl? It seems like ages since I've spoken to you.
Yeah, it's been a while. I've been doing well. Just been busy with real life stuff, but not too bad.
Where are you now? You've been all over the world, by the looks
Yes,
of it.
I'm back home in San Diego right now, thankfully.
You going in April?
Yep, going in April for Worlds. Yep.
You gonna
It's
win?
in California, you have no excuse not to be there.
How far is it from you, San Fran?
It's about an hour-long flight, like a 9-hour drive.
Oh wow, so it's quite far.
Yeah, not like ultra close, but not far either.
In British terms, it's far.
Mhm.
9 hours. So where are you in California then?
Basically at the border with Mexico.
Right. Okay. And San Fran's a bit quite far north.
Yep.
Man, I thought you were Bay Area, or is that all Bay Area?
No, so I was born and raised in the Bay Area, but I live in San Diego now.
Okay. Yeah, 9 hours is like Britain top to bottom.
Yep.
I'll be getting FOMO. 10,000 miles away.
I'm sorry you can come.
Yeah, just money. I'm going to try and get to Athens, though.
I'm nice. Fantastic. I can't guarantee I'll be there, but I'll definitely try to if it makes financial and time off sense.
That's not a custard cream. That's something that is a class above. What's this?
Oh no! So I finished my custard creams yesterday. This is the caramel ones.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yep, caramel digestives.
I didn't realize you had digestives in the States.
Mm-hmm. We do.
All right, let's see what I can.
What you're talking about, Karthik? I think Kevin's really good at this. Oh, hi, Kevin.
Hey, this is recording. I can hear everything you say.
How are Spurs doing, buddy?
Oh man, hey, we're still in Europa.
Yeah.
Who's your team?
Wimbledon. We beat Carlisle 2-1 today. So
League championship or League
Two.
One?
League 2.
2. Oh,
Trying to get back into 1. We'll see. We're back into the top 3, which is automatic zone. So fingers crossed.
because you guys had financial problems, right?
Well, you know what? We're one of the most profitable. I mean, not as profitable as Spurs, but like because we don't have a lot of money, so we've got to be very careful because we're fan owned. Basically, yeah. In 2002, our club was basically taken off us, and the fans set up a brand new team and just risen through the league. So, yeah.
Like that.
Hopefully back into third tier.
Yep. How low do you like the FA Cup? Everyone has a chance in, but the higher leagues you are, the more odds.
Yeah, so we enter with the first round at the minute.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I mean, you can go. I mean, there's something like 700 teams in the FA Cup, so yeah, you're pretty low. But we're the lowest of the fully professional divisions.
We play tomorrow. I think we got Fulham tomorrow. So
they've been fairly handy this year, Fulham.
Because the American guy's on there, so I always root for Fulham. Robinson, Jedi. All right, here we go. Let's try. All right, on to round 3, board 2, a romper stomper. This has got the heavy hitter names here. We got a couple of players on their second board in this round, like we had last round. We've got Peter McNamara, who took round 2 off like some other players back in Austria. Arden and the other Ego in England. Soham after a nice board at the end of round 2 in France this time. So good board pairings. Jamal first place by a lot in Germany. Let's see if someone can knock him out maybe. Josh in Italy. Alan Thompson playing 2. And Melissa Call in Turkey.
She had a tied board top earlier.
Right. You got 1679 and Peter McNamara for good measure.
What does he know? No ranking there. So who knows? Maybe playing 2
the tournament director. So
Karthik, take the odds.
You got it. So we have a northern opening from the Russians. Very, very nice. And with that comes the DMZ of Galicia. This allows the Austrians to bounce an attempted smart attack by Joshua Crowther into Trieste. While instead of doing the Armenian fist bump, they just say, just full speed ahead and send Constantinople to Bulgaria, Ankara to Constantinople. And in the north, we say Paris to Picardy, showing a lot of goodwill to both the English and the Germans. Western Triple versus Eastern Rat, possibly.
That is art, my friend. Art.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. Sorry, we're down under. It's the art. Now, Munich went to Tyrolia, which makes it really interesting because it allows Tyrolia to sneak into Vienna as they try to cover Trieste against an attack. This is a crazy opening. It lets France be on 6, Germany be on 6, and England on a woeful 4. But hey, not bad, right?
I mean, I can't see him holding it, but
it's a little bit of an early advantage. But it'll be interesting to see if the East can catch up. My guess is no, unless the West stabs themselves.
He's leading the tournament.
Yeah, but Soam got a good score last round, and he's starting with a 3-build France. So.
Yep. So I'm going to keep their eye on Jamal, who is building all three of them. No waving in this position.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm also built all three. Helen puts down 2. RT looking good there. See how Peter responds. Peter cannot be happy about this.
Nope.
I mean, it's not unusual for Austria to lose a home center when Italy opens with both armies heading in Austria's direction. But it's unusual for it to be Germany that is the one that gains.
Yes, correct.
England is into St. Petersburg. Finland surely didn't expect to backfill Sweden there. But hey-ho. And a very passive self-bounce from Arden in English Channel. But France is giving themselves the option at least to move on England as they commit against Russia, potentially. Still, Italy can't find a way into Trieste. And they've lost Ionian to what appears to be an AT, maybe an RAT?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, ART. So, yeah. And another Munich to Tyrolia move. Right, yes, right it is. We've blown up the Russian fleet by agreement, it looks like. Russia losing Sweden to the Germans on top of the loss of St. Petersburg to the English, although they could have taken St. Petersburg back here, given the English moves. France is in Irish Sea and backfills Mao. They're sitting in Gascony as well, so there's a convoy option there, although England will be building from St. Pete, as discussed. Jamal was trying to be cheeky, hoping for some sort of some sort of arranged bounce between Italy and Austria in Trieste, or maybe he was genuinely trying to help Italy get in there this time. The first time that Italy hasn't ordered to Trieste, but Italy will build from Tunis. I'm guessing correctly over the Naples convoy option.
Yep.
Peter does retain Trieste and builds there. Bothnia goes, and Army Liverpool. Karthik. Oof.
No, this is a good defense by England, but an even better offense by the French. They get the convoy in, which means that England has to now guess whether or not the attack will come from Wales or will come from Liverpool and tap the appropriate unit. Very, very hard to do. The one way they can guarantee it is if they have they can't because it would be Irish and Wales, and there's no unit that can tap both that is not being supported into. Yeah, cool. In the south, though, we have some interesting tactics going on where Germany and Austria basically just zigzag and bounce all their units against one another, while Galicia makes it into Silesia successfully, giving Russia a bit of an advantage there. And then in the south, really nothing much happening other than the Ionian Sea sliding forward into Adriatic, while Italy adopts the most defensive posture they can, holding Piedmont and Venice.
Would you're pretty good at tactics? Would London to Wales, north to English Channel have been any good here?
Yes, it would have been the better move.
Okay. Maybe a bit passive, or maybe maybe you thought offense is the best defense, but
Ooh, and doesn't tap either Wales or Irish there. But
okay. That is very fun. So now here we have the attack on Liverpool going in successfully, supported in, nothing that they could do about it. They don't even really try to defend against it. Funnily enough, had England just tapped Wales, it would have won the guess, and when there didn't need to be one, and would have gotten in. England does manage to steal Belgium away from the French, though, so it's net even dot-wise, even though it's severely negative position-wise. At the same time, Russia continues the attack on England. It goes nowhere. Austria just literally holding besides their Ionian Sea Fleet. And then Italy backswipes Marseille off the French. That's French losing 2, which is huge given how confident they were just 2 months ago.
So I got to imagine how this conversation goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Arden, I know you're going to lose Liverpool. It's a guess, but I think you're going to lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't I put you into Belgium?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, what are you going to do with that? Don't worry about Denmark. Don't worry.
Exactly.
France, did they waive what? Oh, no, they got piffed in Belgium. So they that was the lost unit already. And we're even the other way. So
these guys know that Jamal is leading the tournament here, and that they're letting him lead the board as well. Come on, kids.
The adjustment is Fleet Rome from the pickup of Marseille. Pretty bland on the center chart. Wardy, spring 1904.
Okay.
Oh, I did tell you I'm going to go to North because I'm going to help you in the channel.
Yeah, Belgium vacates into the Channel, and it's backfilled by Holland. Italy trying to make a nuisance of himself against France, making France bounce him in Spain. That move to Channel actually defends London, and he walks into Liverpool as it goes up to Clyde. This would suggest that there's going to be a support in. I mean, could this be arrangement between France and Germany here? Because they can take Liverpool and Edinburgh here, can't they? Or well, two of the 3 dots. If they're working together with that retreat.
Yes, you can take 2 of the 3.
So, so that remains to be seen what Germany is up to there. Venice is lost as Adriatic. Now they've taken Ionian. Helps Trieste advance against the boot. It looks like there was supposed to be a convoy from Smyrna to Greece, but it wasn't ordered by Smyrna. And a bit of bouncing between Russia and Germany in the middle.
I've been noticing Jamal attacking Greece all tournament long. Is that like a passive attack on McAllis?
Yes.
Maybe not passive.
A well-deserved attack on McAuliffe, yeah.
See?
Yes, it's happening.
No, this time it was only a bounce.
That's true.
Italy back into Ionian. I don't think Adriatic needed to support Venice. Oh yeah, well maybe it did. So they've guessed wrong there, as Rome did absolutely nothing according to the backstabber input. Yeah, as discussed, although they didn't guarantee it, Liverpool and Edinburgh are taken by FG. England still alive on 3 though. Germany did the best effort at defending Berlin and Munich that they could, but they lose Berlin. With that tap by Austria, it was guaranteed for Russia. Russia's still trying to get back into St. Pete. It's nothing doing, and it's a pass through by the Turkish army who walks from Romania to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Convoy disrupted, so definitely couldn't have gone. Could have, would have, should have gone last time. All right, we have England losing to France even. There we go. Thought it was there. Peter's building after losing Vienna in the first one, so he's been on the way up. And Gascony goes.
Yep.
Oh, Alan pulls those off, or sorry, Arden pulls those off.
Norway, yeah.
Yeah, so Alan will reclaim St. Petersburg now, and he does.
Yep. And Finland does not go to Norway. Instead, taps Sweden. Can be forced this turn, but it's curious. At the same time, in the south, Austria just keeps on moving. Like, they're supporting Germany forward, forcing them to retreat into more forward centers. Now they take Marseille. At the same time, Italy continues to create a wall. France is coming, though, whether they intend to be a part of project, like, take over the entire French or just stop at Marseille or, like, do whatever they want to do there. Germany is going to take Marseille by retreat. Then we have the Germans in Edinburgh getting taken by Yorkshire. We have London making their way into English Channel, all of which would be somewhat harmful to the FG position. But then with Belgium going into Picardy, who knows how tight the FG is even anymore. So, yeah. Germans do take Berlin back, though, which is nice. Well played.
So I'm curious what's going to happen on the Isle.
Yep. So we go to the fall. The English take Edinburgh, seems to be fine by agreement, but the Germans take Paris, which I presume is not by agreement. You never know. The Germans are kicked out of Marseille, allowing the French to take it back. So the French cannot build because both their home centers are either occupied or controlled by a foreign power and occupied also as well. The Italians finally make it their way back into the Adriatic and are trying to defend themselves against the Turkish incursion into the forward seas. And yeah, this seems to be a decent turn for a lot of people. Jamal does walk into some trouble, though, losing both Munich and Berlin. I think people are taking seriously how close Jamal is to winning the tournament. So I was curious to see what happened after.
I mean, the West is a mess. I mean, the East is a bit better, but yeah.
Peter builds again, but Alan builds three. I love it. 2 builds in a wave or a piff. Was there a piff somewhere? Trying to think.
Was there one in the north?
Yeah.
Berlin by force, yeah.
Yeah. But 3 armies coming down. Nothing for Melissa, so we'll see where those armies for Alan go, but they've worked well together.
Whoa, hey, Copernicus.
Yeah, I guess Peter Wagner didn't care about his score, and everyone else is like, hey, 6 is good enough for me for Jamal, and only going to get worse for him from there, so everyone else gets willing to take a draw.
Yeah. Bring Adam in, who is watching from the sidelines with his DBN mug I saw. So
They're the lowest topping scores we've seen, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Since that first game, what was it, like 7-6?
I wonder. Was anybody in this game in contention, and that may have been why there wasn't like invested.
A lot of people were. Jamal was in first.
I know Jamal, but aside from was there?
Oh yeah, we had 6th, 7th, and 9th place in this game.
Yeah, but everyone's like 30 points down, so no one
felt like there were only maybe 2 or 3 people that were within reach of him. And
yes, they would have had to eliminate Jamal, and then they would need to gotten like 25 or 30 points. Yeah.
Yeah, and so maybe at least with respect to if you had like the number 2 and number 3 person on the board, maybe they're going to be gunning. But like if you're talking about 7th, 8th, 9th, maybe they just look at this and they're like, okay, we're not in contention, so let's just play a game and see how it goes and not worry about that. And I that seems like from my watching of this what happened here, and they played a good game. I mean, it was pretty interesting. A cool little rat going on, and fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Art. It's art.
An art. It's no longer a rat.
It's no
But
longer.
when we're down under, it's an art.
This tournament
Shouldn't it be a
just now
tar?
needs
Shouldn't it be a
Jason
tar?
Gray
No?
solo.
To be a tar, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's the Amazing Race now.
We'll see. We got 2 boards left. Wardy, we will let you go for the evening because it is a late hour for you. Thank you for joining us today. Any
Thank you.
parting comments?
Yeah, 2 that I can see. This tournament was the tournament where the Australians tore up their own meta, which I can only thank them for. Any Western triples we saw were circumstantial and brief. I've got to say it, Kevin, because all the Australians will be screaming this at their screens. It's Melbourne.
I know. Look, I'm Chicago. I got no accent other than the Chicago accent here. So. Melbourne.
A pleasure watching some really, really fun games with you. And I might just keep this on in the background as I head off to my slumber and see how this finishes.
Oh yeah.
All right. Thank you for joining, and we will catch you later.
Cheerio, chaps.
Cheerio.
All right. Yeah, I haven't said Edinburgh yet today, so I'm sure Wardy's shaking his head in the background. All right. We just got a thumb. I just got a thumbs down from the green room. So we have round 3, board 2, romper stopper. Round 3, board 3 is chopper. Robert Chatterton coming back with us here. Had a couple of fun games. Cody Miller, Shane Armstrong, Nancy Jin. Nancy's had a couple of good ones. Shane in second. Alex Gunning, new to it. Marvin Shao. Close, we'll say. And Henry Gray. Henry's had some fun ones to watch as well. So Shane and Nancy next to each other in France and Germany. Let's see how that partnership or neighborship works out this time. Adam, I'm going to put you in the odds to start us out here. Let's roll.
All right. I think this is the first English channel that I have seen since I've been on the show. So we've got the French and the English channel, and the armies all go south. That's pretty cool opening, especially since the English went Churchill and go up to Edinburgh. So they're going to have to make some choices in the fall about how to defend. Germany opens pretty standard. This is the second time, actually, I think we've seen this opening from Russia, where they hold in Warsaw and move Moscow to Ukraine. That's really quite interesting. Of course, this time it wasn't great for them because the Austrians did go to Galicia, but they're pretty well protected other than having to figure out how to deal with Romania. And the Turks make kind of the old school Turkish opening of Bulgaria and Khan while bouncing the Black Sea.
Yeah, thankfully, Norway can just take in one. Maybe we'll see a convoy back. We don't see a convoy back.
Yeah, no, this is like an old sea lion type of opening. So the Germans put the French into the North Sea. Actually, in a traditional sea lion, it's usually the other way around.
Yep.
But they did it this way, making sure that Germany could take Denmark. And so France gets the North Sea. England retreats down to London, but they still take Norway with their fleet. France puts both armies into Iberia. Italy convoys over to Tunis. And the Austrians actually support the Russians into Romania which is interesting that they support the Russian army into Romania, not the fleet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of interesting. And we'll see if that's really just a sort of I'm writing an order this turn because I'm not going to poke at you, but we're going to fight next year anyway, or it means something else.
It could be a sincere apology, being like, "Oh, oops, I thought we were bouncing. I didn't mean to be there and violate the DMZ. I'll support the army and I'll do whatever order you want it to write."
But clearly Russia didn't trust it. So I think if the apology you might want to ask for is Russia is okay, go back to Vienna or go to Bohemia or something.
Right? Yes, correct.
If you're going to support yourself anyway.
There we go.
South Coast. Cool.
Yes.
Ooh.
And two fleet Germany. So
This is a very fun
because,
Russia.
you know, the fact that we see a two fleet Germany and a South Coast Russia suggests that maybe there was something going on in their negotiations where they weren't seeing eye to eye, right?
Yes.
And they're
Something
both kinda
has to have
sniffing.
severely broken down.
Yeah,
I love it.
Something wasn't right. And
Not
the
a
two fleet France with both armies in Iberia is also very exciting. But
Yep.
that's a lot of fleet builds, right? Both Germany and France put fleets down. England puts a fleet down. Russia puts a northern fleet down. Turkey builds a fleet. Italy builds a fleet. That's a very fleet heavy turn.
there is not a single optional build that was built as an army. The only army
There was
built.
an optional build though because Nancy waived her third build rather than putting an army in Munich.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. There's not a single optional build that was an army build. Yep. Karthik, tell us the carnage.
Whew. This isn't carnage, it's the Melbourne Open. That was terrible. So the North Sea gets dislodged from the North Sea, but that's fine because guess what? We get to go with Go 2, and North Sea managed to go to Norwegian. Then we have Berlin advancing to the Baltic, Denmark making to Skag, and Kiel backfilling. So we have a very, very potent way to get back into the North Sea. We have a really interesting world where the French fleets are split around the English island, while there are two German units centered on the North Sea, along with a French unit in the English Channel. So I think the English are really, really in deep trouble long term. And then we have Naples and Ionian sliding to Eastern. A nice little Lepanto that we don't see as often as you'd expect, given how popular they used to be. So very, very fun openings that we either are retro and cool to see again, or just very, very new and interesting that we haven't really seen before play out.
What I find really perplexing is the Sweden supporting Denmark to Skag. I feel like if I'm Russia in this position and I know Germany's going to Skag, I'm going to be bouncing them. There's no way I want Germany in Skag, right? That's really interesting because no good can come of that. You have your second fleet in Bath. Yeah. Well,
okay, Adam knows.
This is why I am an armchair diplomacy player.
Yeah, Adam, what have you won recently?
Nothing I should have.
Weasel over and over and over.
Nothing I should have.
A North American Diplomacy Championship here and there. What's that between friends?
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, showing exactly what I know about this game. That Germany self-balances themselves in Sweden and supports the Russians into Norway. So very good came out of it, out of putting the Germans in Skag, in fact, including getting an extra center and locking up the Scandinavia. So nice job there. France, meanwhile, gets into Clyde, gets into Irish. They're doing their whole thing. Gascony to Paris is kind of interesting. In the east, we have a beautiful Lepanto. Eddie Brisson would be proud. Tunis convoys to Syria. Turkey is withdrawing to protect themselves. Austria writes a lot of supports, and Russia is just content to kind of take their center, leave St. Petersburg open for another build, and live to fight another day.
They do get another South Coast fleet. Gotta love it. We do get an army finally this time.
Is that McCullough playing Russia there? Like, what is going on?
And London is the one pulled here. So, all right, Adam, I think you took that one. Karthik, spring 1903 here.
Yeah, so now England is in deep trouble with Liverpool falling. It's only a matter of time before the rest goes along with it. At the same time, Russia seems to write holds for all of their units besides 7 rum.
Yep.
So Sevastopol holds, meaning that Bothnia holds, meaning that Germany can just get a free walk into Sweden. And then we have a nice little daisy chain of Austrian armies, which then allows them to walk into Aegean without issue. We see a lot of actually that happening. Like the Western, yeah, that's right. The players are warned, hey, like if you just like walk in, like you can get it, like unopposed in Liverpool, unopposed in Sweden, like unopposed in Aegean. Like these are things that could be defended in theory. Like Smyrna could have defended it. I mean, it would have lost.
No,
Smyrna.
No, I mean, I think Smyrna. The Ionians
Yeah.
supported Aegean out, so
Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
couldn't have
No,
been
you're right.
defended.
You're right. You're right.
I mean, there are other moves certainly that sometimes in a position like this, I mean, I can understand wanting to hold Smyrna in the spring, though you're not going to be able to hold it in the fall. So there's other things you could do to try to set yourself in a different position in the fall. But
Right.
definitely, like a lot of the stuff in the north, Russia holding. I mean, I can only assume maybe they ran out of time and just couldn't get their orders in.
Possibly. Yeah, I missed the Ionian support. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah. And as you mentioned,
yeah.
down
So now
goes Smyrna.
Smyrna's guaranteed. Nothing you could do about it. Bulgaria goes as well, which is brutal.
Yeah, that's just a mistake, right? Because Khan
Yes.
should just be supporting Bulgaria here, or because there's no way you can hold Smyrna. You know that they're going to force it from this position,
Right.
so and Smyrna should move to Aegean because to potentially tap the support if it goes the other way.
Correct. And the issue is another issue is that Black Sea walks back into Ankara when the fleet cannot make it around.
Yeah.
So that just gives up the Black Sea to Russia for no reason. And these are just things that you learn with experience. I'm sure Marvin will figure this out after watching this and never make that mistake ever again.
I actually want to correct something in the tactics that I just said. Actually, the issue is not Turkey. Actually, the issue with the tactics is the Austrian moves.
Yeah, Austria
actually should have tapped Khan because then it's cutting the support, whether it's supporting Smyrna or Bulgaria.
Correct.
So
you're supposed to leave that to the host to clean up afterwards.
Yeah.
You can say,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the right move would have been to cut Khan because that guarantees that both of those supported attacks go.
Yeah.
Correct. And then what I want to call attention to is Ionian going back to Tyrrhenian Sea. My question is, does this make a move to Lyon or Western, or is this just a defensive warning shot to France saying, hey, I can defend myself, no problem. I don't want to defend myself against you, but I can. It's going to be interesting to see what happens next turn there. The northern thing I want to call attention to is I think Cody's saying, Nancy, I'm coming for you now, which is huge for Shane.
Yep.
Because when Eddie goes into North and North goes into Eddie, that's very, very clear that their intention is to attack the Germans there. So it's going to be very, very hard to deal with on all fronts.
Well, the Ionian to Tyrrhenian that's the condition that Robert says to Alex. Alex, look, you're getting Smyrna. You got to move that.
That's fair. Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's going to do anything with it, but we will see. We get the Fleet Naples, Army Vienna, Army Kiel, Fleet Brest, and Norway goes.
Adam.
Yep. I'm just looking.
Yeah.
So this looks like England is trying to get a holdout in Scandinavia. They see that Norway is free, so they make a guess for it, which allows France to just walk into the North Sea. So that will be good for France. They continue to play really nice with the Germans, just self-bouncing in Burgundy, making everybody very comfortable and nicey as allowing the Germans to now really start plowing their armies eastward. They make it the convoy into Livonia. Again, I think this is really just I don't know what is happening with Marvin, if he's just kind of left or because it doesn't look like he has any orders this turn, which is sad.
Yeah.
But that is what it is. But it allows Nancy to advance the units against Germany very effectively. The convoy to Livonia is a great move, of course. Meanwhile, it looks like Austria is getting in on that, recognizing that maybe Russia is not really going to be a major player in this game. So they take Romania, they take Galicia, setting up to do more. And they get Khan. So great turn for Austria, great turn for Germany, pretty good for France. And Italy is really definitely in the thick of things as well. I think Italy is the one who's really going to have to make some decisions now. Do they plow in on the Austrians, or do they have some other path here is really the big question. And I'm not sure. But Karthik, do you see another path for the Italians that doesn't go through Austria right now?
It has to be a rapid turn on the French, but I think the French are going to get there so early that there's nothing really the Italians can gain on it. I do think it probably has to be an Austrian attack. Yeah.
I don't know that you top this board by stabbing the Austrians, but I think you make yourself a player. And I don't know that and if you just turn around and go after France from this position, I worry that there's just nothing to do. Okay, so they don't have to. They don't have to attack the Austrians because the Austrians give them Greece and put them in Ankara, maybe recognizing that they need to throw a bone to Italy here. So that's cool, and so that's actually really good news for the Italians because they get to get a couple builds and push the decision into 1905. Now Marvin is back, which is great to see. Defends Warsaw, makes an attack into Livonia. I think that kind of got a little too smart here and supporting themselves into Livonia. Probably a cut would have been sufficient, but since they supported themselves and had nothing backing up in Moscow, that allows the Livonia army to retreat into Moscow, which is unfortunate for them. Really nice turn for Germany. Holds on to. Sorry, that's England and Norway, not Germany. So actually, Germany doesn't build anything here. But still, it's a decent position. England's holding out with 2 in the north. France should be in a position to finish off mainland England next year.
France picks up 1. Germany picks up 1 for the retreat. The second go into Moscow. Russia loses 3.
For me, the really interesting question is Shane going to play this game like he's wanting to get the best tournament result possible, or does he want to just stick out an alliance with Germany for this game, which would be a reasonable way to play as well? Because I don't think France really is going to have play if they turn around and go fight Italy in this game. I don't think that's their way to getting a very large result. But there is a lot of time, so maybe they could turn around. I don't know, but I think it's faster if you find a way to keep pushing the German units in the other direction and then make your play in the north.
The Italian builds army fleet seem to think a little more defensive. Maybe Greece was not an okay build. Ankara was agreed upon, and by the way, I may slip in for one, but Venice did not attack Trieste there. Let's see. Nope. There we go.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, Austria moves into the Black Sea, and that does seem like it can be friendly for now towards the Italians, but I presume it will be the launching pad for an eventual stab. Right now, though, it seems to be more targeted at Sev than anything. Instead of stabbing the Austrians, the Italians focus on stabbing the French, which I think is probably the smart play. What I then find interesting, what is a double arrow?
Where's that?
Oh, it's an arrow to an arrow. Okay, no. So it's Baltic to Sweden, Sweden to Norway. Yeah, good order set by the Germans. Nothing that England can do to defend against it. At this point, it's the what's it called? So it's basically all things are looking up for everyone besides Russia here. I think especially for AI and a little bit less for France. So we're going to see who comes out from that battle.
The Austrian moves, aside from the move to the blacks, strike me as being very passive.
Yes,
it's very I'm not sure there's a huge need to be so defensive here. I can understand not wanting to pull up into Tyrolia, Bohemia, but there's definitely moves that could be made around Russia, supported attack on Ukraine, trying to take a shot at Sev that I feel like might have been worthwhile.
Ooh. See the fall if that makes it. Instead it is the stab that I was talking about.
And said, okay,
yeah, I thought,
and that's why they made all those passive moves.
Yes,
okay.
And
okay.
I think originally when I said it, I thought it was terribly timed. I thought they were a little too early. I take that back entirely because we were able to get the Italians to convoy the way that they did.
I would not have seen Italy convoying that turn. I would not have seen that happening. But if that was on the play, this is just such a beautiful move by Austria.
Because you have Venice, you have Tyrolia, you have Smyrna, you have Ankara. It's incredibly hard to overstate how nice this position is. You have Greece in pocket. Like, imagine just like waking up to this position and 1905 is Austria, like in any tournament, like you'd be ecstatic over the moon.
Yep.
And now it's going to be really hard for the Italians to keep up because they're plowing into the French, right? The French are not going to give up that much ground, like, anytime soon. We need, like, a complete collapse of, like, the Austrians somehow. They have to make like tactical errors, and Germany needs to like come flooding down to try and stop them. And I'm not sure if they're interested in doing so right now, given how hard Germany is pushing up in the north, putting their fleet in St. Petersburg north coast, putting one in Norway. I think they're just happy to be happy. They're happy to be not under attack. So, yeah, I think that's what the expectation is.
So Germany can only build one of two.
Yeah.
Shane had one in the bank from last time, puts that one down with his new build from London. England is gone. And Robert puts down 3. So at this point, F and G, even though they're 2 and 5 in the race, have played along very nicely together. Yeah, Robert made the nice stab, but can he hold it together at this point? What is going to happen? Adam, spring 1906.
Yeah. I'm very much not surprised to see FG staying together at this point, given how strong the Austrian position is. Right, I would not have this is what I would have expected at this point for France to go south. There's not as much gains to be made as I mentioned earlier, but if you take your move on Germany now, that is just opening too big a door for the Austrians, and so that's what France does. Shane makes the right call here. Germany continues to go east and push up against Russia to make sure they can hold what they have and take out the remaining centers, set up a line against Austria. Austria is working to finish off the Italians, will actually defend themselves against the Italians, get their other fleet out, and also trying to get some position against the Russians so that they can maybe keep Germany out of those centers. What will be interesting to me is whether that Sev army, if it gets kicked out at some point, whether it goes to arm and causes some, annoying covering situations for Austria down there.
Right. Now, what's nice for the Germans is they're getting close to building up a stalemate line here.
Yeah.
But none of that matters if Germany and Austria start working together. So here the Austrians take Sev by seemingly agreement. The Germans take Warsaw. Serbia finally takes Greece, and
I think this might end. I think maybe they'll clean up Italy.
Yeah,
I don't think
Naples is guaranteed now because Turanian walked to 2. Oh no, because the French backfilled. Yeah,
but they may just work this out at this point. It's not really clear to me that anyone is really fighting other than killing Italy at this stage.
Yeah,
let's see.
Oh.
Ooh.
That was not a. So I was wondering, Belgium, I thought was an agreed upon, but after seeing these moves,
oh, that's fascinating. Oh, look at that. I mean, it's not the full set that you'd want to see, but it's and no moves. Well, no, just 2 moves submitted by Robert, and a strange 2 moves at that, because you basically just moved in the way that's the one dot that you can't retake. Almost anything else, losing almost any other dot you could retake.
Yeah.
Not that it's a big deal because you're going to just trade for Greece, but
right.
But that's really interesting. I am very fascinated to see what Germany does from this position.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So
I think this is just setting up a line now. This game should end.
11-11-11. We got our first goal.
Wow. That was the first 11-11-11 of the entire tournament. How about that? Round 3, 4-3. Is that enough to put Shane ahead of Jamal?
No, shouldn't even be close. He needed because Jamal scored 16 points in his last game.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
All right, Nancy and
But it's a
Shane.
good score. It's a
Mhm.
good score, so they should all be happy with that.
All right, we go to our last game here, which is round 3, board 4, the Wog Boy, which I'm guessing is something local that I do not know. We've got Jason Gray, who was one of our picks to click starting this. Shane Cubis, we're going to see who has the the Shane Cubis Award. Jonathan Sun, Melissa Call playing on the second board. Zoe Cameron, we haven't seen Zoe yet this round. Good board last time. Tian Yu in third. And Kieran McKernan, who had a good board last time as well. So this one, this is a nice one to end on. So we are going to go to the map. Karthik, you get the odds to close us out.
Whoa. Always fun to see a Sunstrom in the south. We don't always see that.
First one.
At the same time, we see Russia and Austria, DMZ Galicia. Always exciting. Even more so, we see the old Tyrolean Gambit, Venice to Tyrolia, Rome to Venice. I feel like the South is just a tale of, man, we don't see that often enough. And Moscow holds as well. In the West, this is a little bit more classical. We see the English attack variant where Brest goes to English Channel, Paris goes to Picardy, getting ready for a convoy. And then England opens up with the variation that goes to Edinburgh, while the Churchill, while the Germans just basically play a standard opening, which makes sense.
Wow. This is awesome. And Wardy, who is still in our green room, said lots of Galicia DMZs in this tournament. He's absolutely right.
As it should be.
Yeah. Edinburgh. Yep. Bruh.
As the Gen Z kids say, bruh.
Bruh.
And bruh.
Well, Gen Alpha is the other one. Oh, I was
another sea lion. Wow. This time they do it the more traditional way where the German fleet gets supported instead of the French fleet. In the south, we see a walk down to Apulia for the convoy. We see Ionian go to Aegean, and we see Tyrolia to Trieste be unopposed, presumably by consent of the Austrians. And in the other part of the south, we see Sevastopol steal the Black Sea and be backfilled by Moscow. So Tian Yu is putting a lot of pressure on Kieran here to try and respond, while Jason and Tian Yu do the same thing in the northern area, or the western area rather.
I think there's an important lesson here for Turkey, and I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with the opening that Turkey made here. I think it's a perfectly reasonable opening, but once you're there, you can't then play passively, right? You have to do something, and when you just kind of sit and wait for the game to come to you, the game comes to you, but not in a way that you really want it to. And that's really what's illustrated here, right? There was an opportunity here to bounce Romania, to bounce the Black Sea, to bounce Sev, any of those things, right? Could have happened here and left Turkey in a much stronger position. But now they basically have put themselves in really at the mercy of AIR.
Yeah, this is they're gonna make the exact same point. And with Ionian already into Aegean, our first true air. I don't think Turkey's been eliminated early in any game yet so far. So
No, I don't think so.
Fleet Smyrna to try and head that off, but that is not going to be pretty for Armenia. We got North Coast for Tianu, nice. Kiel and Berlin, Fleet Brest. Fleet London, let's see. Adam, Spring 1902.
Yeah, in the West, France is dislodged from the Channel. Is that the German fleet in the North Sea supporting London in?
That is North Sea going to the Channel.
Going to the Channel supported by London. That's fascinating. Okay. the Germans do seem maybe they're setting up to make a move on France. It's an interesting choice. That's Melissa. Melissa is no newcomer to this game, so
Yep.
she's got something in mind with all of this.
Indeed.
she is no newcomer. So I will be fascinated to see where she plays this. That's really interesting. Meanwhile, in the East, you have the AIR basically doing its thing. Austria taking Bulgaria, Russia guessing right and convoying directly into Ankara. Painful days for being Turkey.
Yeah, just brutal.
2 on Munich does not do anything, Adam.
No, it doesn't get in. It looks like Germany is now trying to support themselves into Belgium. They can't they can't use Ruhr to support to give themselves forcing Belgium because they have to protect Munich from AI. So nothing happens there other than England retaking the North Sea. Russia elects to keep England as a friend, which I think is a good choice right here, keeping England alive and slowing down whatever it is that's happening there. Elsewhere, what do we got? They put Italy into Cannes, which makes sense. And yeah, this will be just a short game for Turkey, unfortunately.
Yeah, everyone gets one down there. Smyrna is all that's left. Jason picks up 2.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny puts Warsaw for the build, so we'll see that there. And another fleet, Brest, with Jonathan's fleets scattered up there in the north. Karthik, tell us about the spring.
Well, you know what they say? They always say that when Russia can get up to 7, it's not that big of a deal. Well, sometimes it is. Russia's on 8 if they keep Norway. They'll be on 9 if they can win a guess around Munich or Berlin. It's a really, really dangerous place, especially when their ally is so contented with like their weaker position. If you have an ally that is happy to take a weak position and you have the cloak hat on, no reason not to buff your minion. Sorry, not buff your that you're something else, and then get them to work with you there. So, sorry, where was I? I lost my track. Can we edit that out?
Tactical mistake, Greece not going to Aegean?
Yes, 100% tactical mistake. Greece not going to Aegean there. Absolutely. Oh, yes, I was talking about Russia. Russia getting Norway, actually a bigger threat because if they get if they get Berlin and Norway, that's them getting closer to 9. And then that's when Russia can start minorly defending themselves. It's like other power in like 7-ish. And therefore, they can make their moves happen in a positive manner. Yeah. In the West, we have...
Is this, sorry, just to follow up on that point, is this where Austria says, well, I should have Romania now?
This is a possibility for where they say, I want Romania now, and I think it would be a reasonable thing to grant, for sure. But then I think Russia may say to Austria, no, just stab Italy here. What is Italy doing for us? Which would be a valid question.
Got an army in North Africa.
Yeah, I got an army in
Africa. Does not stab. Everyone bouncing.
Yep. No stab, just very cute bounces in Constantinople. We see the move towards Spain and Marseille. We see the attempted support. We see the support for Silesia making it to Munich. We see that, unfortunately for Russia, Norway is forced to retreat, so they will only end up on 8, not on 9. But still, China is doing very, very strong diplomacy, while England and France are trying to get their stuff together to try and defend against it. But right now, it seems that Germany EFG is getting outplayed by the AIR, or the RAI, since it's upside down here.
I feel like if you're Austria or Italy, Italy's getting something here. I feel like if you're Austria here, you feel, well, I guess Russia's only building 1 here, so it's they're building just 1. So
yeah, just 1.
Actually, they're not building because they are, but yeah.
I picked up.
Yeah, they picked up Munich. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Other-
and they are also building the right units. So as long as they're building fleets in the north, I think you're probably okay as Austria. But yeah, you're gonna have to make a choice. Like where, if you're Austria, like what's your next center?
Yeah. And Melissa has to pull one now. You wonder.
English Channel, which I don't know why it was there to begin with.
Yeah. That's what I was just going to say. Maybe sticking with France in the attack early on would have worked out well. We will see how that goes. Spring 1904, Adam.
Yeah, so France is getting piffed out of in Marseille, which is really quite bad for them. That's a big loss, and that's because they had that army in Brest instead of Gascony for some reason. I'm not sure how it ended up in Brest.
From Picardy.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Well, yeah. So they could have shifted to Burgundy and Gascony last turn, I guess. Anyway, that is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, 4
So
on
they
1.
lose Marseille because the Russians are on board with the Italians, which we knew was the case.
Yeah.
They managed to beleaguer Munich. I think this was obviously planned that Austria would make a supported attack on Munich and to protect against the Germans doing that. Worst case, Russia retreats to Ruhr, which is not a bad place to have a Russian army.
Right.
So that's okay, but it beleaguers it as it turns out. Now you've got Russia back in the Baltic Sea. And it looks like there's a standoff in Norway, a 2-on-2 standoff there. Yeah, I mean, they're playing good. They're making good use of units, and Kara is now convoyed back up to get into play. So this is AIR forever, or at least for another couple years.
Continues. Berlin just walks out.
Yeah. Jeez.
Well, it was a guarantee, right? So, I mean, the Baltic cutting Kiel and then Silesia to Berlin is a guaranteed move. And so they do it that way. That allows Austria to take Munich. France retakes Marseille but loses Spain for their troubles. So still AIR, still rolling.
Yep. I think the big thing I want to call attention to is the fact that Munich snuck into Burgundy.
Yeah.
That's going to be devastating to the French defense. Like, I just do not see how the French will ever be able to keep anything afloat.
The West is doing its job up in Scandinavia, though. So they
Yes.
took off Sweden there.
Yeah, no, they don't have the Russia doesn't have the firepower to kind of stay where they need to up there. I think that extra army coming up is going to be, well, necessary. I was going to say helpful, but it's actually going to be necessary.
Correct.
Yep. Because Russia does lose one, Black Sea is able to be lost. However, a greedy Austria now has all the room in the world for an attack. Let's see what they do. Karthik, spring 1905.
Did Austria waive their build?
Yes.
They did.
Why?
I think it's a smart move. Delay the stab by a little more time, get position on them. Why not? Keep everyone happy.
Fleet or anything in Trieste scares Italy. Anything in Budapest scares Russia.
Exactly. Like, I think Jason's gonna get a huge score here if he plays his cards right. Yeah. So now Munich gets pushed into Burgundy, while Russia gets pushed into Marseille. Unfortunately for the AIR, they do lose Spain, which I think. No, that was not entirely avoidable while doing what they wanted to do. But we now have the Austrians in Piedmont. And maybe, I think you may have been right, Adam, actually, now with the convoy back to Tuscany and the loss of tempo there, suddenly it's looking a lot harder for Austria to stab. So maybe they should have gone for a last turn.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can convoy somewhere else. There's an argument that they can make to convoy it into Spain again, or convoy into Marseille. Maybe that ends up happening. In the north, we see the rotation of English units into Finland and Norway, allowing for a threatening strike onto St. Petersburg finally. And for now, Ruhr takes Belgium, I think signaling that everyone kind of accepts that France is gonna die.
And you've got English Channel to Brest.
Yeah,
so
you
I
got
think
English
they're
Channel to Brest. Like,
they
you know,
basically gave up on France.
yes, correct.
This is not, not that Germany is terribly viable at this point.
Right, exactly.
It's exactly that ran through my head right there too. So, well, anything you do to me, I'll do back to you. Norwegian to Edinburgh, bruh.
Good old Edinburgh. Edinburgh's fallen. France says, well, if you don't want to take care of
And they're
me,
going to be in Liverpool too, right?
yeah, I don't care about you. Exactly. So Edinburgh and Liverpool both guaranteed. I think at this point, the Western Triple is not just like collapsed, but it's like going supernova. It's like truly imploding upon itself before a nice little explosion. Yeah, no, there's no recovery from this. I don't know if anyone will get a great result though, because I think everyone's going to get around 10-10, 11-11, what have you.
Another Fogel?
Another Vogel, because there isn't much room to stab right now. I mean, you can get Romania, but like Italy's going to hem you in really, really hard. I just don't know. Like maybe you can get a good stab off on Italy and then use that on Russia, but I just don't think the moves are there.
For as good as the West was doing up north, wow, what a turnaround.
Yeah.
Maintain
Russia got the drop, and Russia's now at 9.
And that defends against the potential Austrian stab because Austria lost Munich.
Yeah, Austria's now down to 6. There's like a pretty big discrepancy between these sizes here.
Zoe picked up the build from Marseille. Gets that army back, has a chance to go back to Spain, and is now with the army, but with the fleet, and gets into mid-Atlantic. Oh, fun. Who's got this one? Adam.
Russia gets Brest.
Russia walks into Brest. That is exciting. The only silver lining for England is that they get Sweden, which I don't think they can hold. So there's that. I guess. Yeah, this is just rolling. I mean, the funny part is that France is about to have all 3 English home centers. So,
oh man,
that's awesome.
That's
the sun is not going down.
This is definitely what you do if you're France and someone does that to you. So.
But you've lost everything at home. So,
oh my goodness,
at what cost?
Russia now owns
Portugal
and Paris.
gone.
I just want to call attention to something. Look how empty the entire eastern homelands are.
The Austrian fleet
and Austria's not even building now. Russia's going to build like 3 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the problem. What's going to happen right now? What is Russia going to do with those 3 armies?
Going for it.
There's
the solo chance.
There it is. You do it.
But
so Sevastopol drops down into Armenia, trying to make a play on Smyrna, presumably. Greece is there to counter it, but Greece may not want to anymore because Ionian convoys Naples to Albania. So now Austria says
Venice build. There was a fleet Venice build.
Yes, exactly. There's a fleet Venice build. So now Austria is saying like, oh, you know how I kind of wanted to defend against the Russian solo? Actually, now I'm kind of inviting it. Like, I think it'd be pretty darn swell if that's what happened here. I think, unfortunately for Russia, Paris misorders here and supports Gascony to hold instead of supporting Brest to hold. That is pretty huge. That's an army that was going to be hard to knock out quickly, but could have stood there a long time and is going to be hard to get back as well.
Well, also he's going to lose Paris now too.
Yeah, gonna lose.
They're going to lose Paris, I think. So
no, the Austrians would have to kick them out because there's nothing else bordering it.
Oh, I guess you're right. I thought the Austrians would kick them out, but not so much.
Yeah. Austria's potentially throwing at this point. Look at
right, yeah. Because that's what I was saying. Because of the convoy,
because Austria's probably annoyed at Italy's moves. Austria's annoyed by Italy's moves. Yeah.
So now we have Sweden, Denmark, Holland,
and a loss.
Belgium. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 16.
Oh my goodness!
17.
Plus 6.
Oh my goodness!
One more.
Do we get saved by the bell, or does he get it?
How much is a solo worth? Is that
I don't know. 55, I think.
Will that win it?
I don't know.
Well, picked up Bulgaria.
Yep.
Gonna lose anything else?
No.
Nope.
Took Vienna. That's a game.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Well done.
Look at that slope.
Well done.
A
Well
rocket
done.
trajectory right there.
Remarkable.
Holy
This
cow.
This is the
20
game
centers.
of diplomacy, man. Nicely done, Tian Yu.
Well done.
We
I
kind
guess
of
a lot of people said, can't let Jamal win again.
yeah. We kind of sped through this one. Let's 04. Let's go back a little bit here. So 03 picks up one from Munich, sneaks into Munich to get to, what is that?
It was getting beyond the line made the big difference, and
Yes.
then ultimately, building on those relationships that Tian Yu had with Austria and Italy, and then somehow, and again, this could have been Tian Yu's doing or not, getting that AI relationship to break down at the same time that there was that massive build turn. Like just remarkable how the timing of that worked out for them, and they were able to just explode, right? The same turn that they had those 3 builds coming.
Yeah. And here was Adam. You brought this up at the time. The wave by Jason. This was the chance if you were going to stop.
I don't think it's a stab situation. I think it's a situation where you have a legitimate reason to say, look, we need to make sure there's some parity here. You've got all this growth, and maybe it's not here where you're getting Romania, but I'm still feel like you're putting an army down, and maybe Vienna's going to Bohemia and Budapest is going to Vienna, right? But you're still keeping those units in the middle of the board. It was empty, but you saw how quickly it was not empty once Russia put 3 down.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
That changes so quickly.
And the guess in the north here, where we all thought St. Petersburg was lost, and instead Sweden gets it. Munich gets picked back up. Walked out of Marseille actually at that point, but still builds 2
armies. Just really good tactical play, really good tactical choices.
Yep. So the question from the green room is, will Jamal regret not taking that solo in round 1? But we don't know the final standings until we see them right now, and the winner is
it
Tian
Yeah.
Yu.
on you?
Congratulations, and to win via solo is the way to win. So
Bravo.
Can confirm.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So
That's-
Shane
that's-
Armstrong with
this is what we're thirsting for, to seeing more.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that's just really, really well done. A well-earned
Mhm.
tournament win.
100%. And a lot of people, sometimes will give up in the final round of a time because, it's like time terms. Like, I can't get a solo. I can't get a big enough result. 2 tournaments in the past 9 months or so have resulted in, or 10 months have resulted in a win by solo in the final timed round. So, if you're willing to commit for it, you're willing to make the plays that give a chance for someone to get mad and throw to you, or you're willing to make the plays that allow you to, find a good ally and run across the map and beat them by a little bit to the actual solo, but stay with them for a large part of the game, like we saw here. You have a real path to a solo, and that's what they did. You're not going to get a solo if you play Balance of Power. No, not a chance. But if you play like Tian Yu did, you have a great chance to find a solo and a magical win.
That's fantastic. Shane and Nancy, who had a nice partnership in round 3, finishes 3-4. Alan had some fun rounds we watched. So I'm only played the Saturday rounds. Missed out on Sunday. 2 good results. Robert and Darcy, Marcus, and Melissa Call finishing out the top 10. So let's get out of that view. Guys, obviously, you can't finish anything else other than talking about a solo. Karthik, you've been here from the beginning. What's your overall theme from the tournament?
I think my theme was breaking meta trends, not just in Australia, but also globally. I thought this was really fun because we got to see another hobby's way that they like to play. And therefore we saw a little bit of the Australian Western triple meta, but really we saw counters to it quite heavily, which is why diplomacy is so fun. You have emergent gameplay responding to metas in cycles. One thing that is really popular at one point that defines a meta will quickly find a counter, and those that find those counters and exploit it tend to do really well. And then also the second one is beautiful tactics. I thought some of the moves at the end by Chan Yu there to get the requisite builds to further the strategy were quite brilliant. I thought that Goffy's convoy of the army to swap places and then take back St. Petersburg was brilliant. Like, there are so many beautiful moves that happened, so much beautiful strategy that happened. And of course, I can only imagine the diplomacy that was going on around the time. So just a fantastic tournament all around. Those are my themes.
Yeah, my cheers to that is, again, we get the orders in to be able to produce these shows for you, but the missing part that we never get is the diplomacy. So keep playing these games, keep telling us the story, keep putting it in the chat. We love hearing that. Speaking of stories that are going to be told forever and ever, Adam, as you see the banner on the bottom line, big one's coming up. Tell us how excited you are.
Oh man, it's the World DipCon is in just about 3 weeks, and there's going to be a huge Australian contingent there. And I guess I would say, watch out North America, watch out Europe. This is a talented bunch of players, and we know there's been some longer time players like Andrew Goff and Peter McNamara and Jamal who have been consistently great in the standings. But what a talented group of newer players coming out of the woodwork in Australia. We saw that at this tournament, and we continue to see that in the Snake Pit and in the VDL and all of the other things. And what a great hobby. The resurgence is amazing to see. Amazing job by the folks down there in just putting together some really, really phenomenal events. And sky's the limit. I'm really excited for the Australian hobby.
All right, well, now let's be a little selfish here. Tell us about what you're going to be doing in San Francisco over the 3, 4, 5 days people are going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, we have some folks coming early who I'm sure will be doing some sightseeing and checking out the San Francisco area. But of course, the main event is going to be World DipCon, which kicks off Friday evening. David Hood's going to run a little bit of a panel discussion with some hobby luminaries, which should be interesting. It's always fun to have David leading a discussion and asking his questions and answers. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then the games will kick off later on Friday evening. We got 4 rounds Friday night, 2 games Saturday, and a game Sunday, and we will see who the next world championship of face-to-face diplomacy will be. We'll also have a hobby meeting on Saturday to select the site for World DipCon in 2 years. Of course, next year it's going to be in Athens, which is going to be phenomenal as well. And we have 2 really good bids under consideration for 2027. So, but right now we're focused on 2025, just 3 weeks away. Over 110 people registered. Should be just a huge turnout and just a great celebration of the hobby.
I am sad I am going to miss it, but 110 others that will enjoy it. That is fantastic. And maybe that's why Jamal was ordering to Greece all that time. It's about next year's WDC, not about Macallan. So, one selfish DBN plug, as we've had going a couple times, VDL Season 6. Adam is a regular on League Night. It's nice to have you on Game Day Live here. So, fantastic for you to join. Maybe we'll see you next week. Maybe we won't. We won't spoil who's going to be on for Brian's debut for Season 6. League Night is always it's my favorite show, even though I'm not on it anymore. I love it. It was relaxed. It was cool. It was chill. Brian had great music. The kickoff is fantastic. So anyone around the world, we've got games that kick off at, I think it's 7 or 8 a.m. UTC, and then 9 hours after that and 9 hours after that. So everyone in the world has a chance to at least play one game. Some people play 2, and the crazy few that play all 3 in a given Saturday is it's fun. I will never do all 3, but it's fun coming out. There's 10 months, 10 weeks. We play once a month. For 10 months. After the 10 months, there's a championship game in January, and it's a great season, great league play. So come on up to that. We'll have more promotion about upcoming events as we go, but I'll do one last banner as we get there. It's on diplobn.com, and that's the schedule. We got virtual leagues, the Nexus Press leagues, things like that. That's all on the schedule. Come back in 3 weeks for WDC 2025. We can't wait to bring you the coverage. There's going to be live shots, live videos. Ed Sullivan's back channel. There'll be some good recordings. So come on back with that. One last cheers to the organizers for Melbourne. Let's see if I say it right that time. Congrats to Tianyu for a fantastic victory. And on that, we will say, stay safe and stab well.